Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Fleur Delacour's kiss after the first task awakened Harry Potter's ancient Veela bond? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1: The Kiss That Changed Destiny. The Hungarian horntail's roar split the air like shattered glass, its sound bouncing off the ancient stone walls of the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. Thousands of students and dignitaries pressed back against the wooden stands, their collective gasps forming a single wave of terror that rippled through the crowd. The dragon's massive form dominated the arena, its spiked tail carving trenches into the ground, its yellow eyes fixed on the tiny speck of gold moving desperately between the rocks. Harry Potter didn't hear the crowd. He didn't hear his own heartbeat, though it hammered against his ribs like a caged bird. He didn't hear the voice in his head screaming at him to run, to hide, to do anything but what he was about to do. The only thing that existed was the dragon, the golden egg, and the burning certainty that if he didn't move fast enough, he would die. The horntail's head swiveled, tracking his movements with predatory precision. Harry's firebolt vibrated beneath him, alive with his magic, responding to his slightest shift in weight. The dragon's nostrils flared, and a tendril of black smoke curled upward from its mouth. Harry knew what came next. He'd seen the footage of the other champions. Crumb had barely escaped with his life. Diggory had been lucky. Delacour had been graceful but terrified. And now it was his turn. Harry Dove. The dragon's flame erupted behind him, a torrent of orange and red that turned the air to shimmering heat. He felt it on his back, even through his dragon-hide gloves and robes, a searing kiss that promised death. The firebolt shot forward, carrying him in a tight arc around the creature's head. He needed to distract it. Needed to confuse it. The golden egg sat behind the dragon's nest of jagged rocks, just out of reach. His wand was in his hand, he didn't remember drawing it, and the summoning charm was on his lips. Asterisk. Accio Firebolt! Asterisk, he'd used that before. But the egg was protected. Hedwig's cage would have been easier. The dragon was magic resistant. That's what the professors had said. But the horntail was still a creature of instinct. Fire. Dragons feared fire. The thought crystallized in Harry's mind with terrifying clarity. He pulled up sharply, the firebolt responding before his brain had fully processed the command. The dragon's head turned, tracking him, and Harry caught a glimpse of the crowd, a blur of crimson and green, of terrified faces and waving arms. He had one shot. Asterisk. Incendio! Asterisk. Flames erupted from his wand, not at the dragon's scales, but at its feet, at the rocks surrounding its nest. The horntail recoiled, roaring in fury, its massive body turning to face the new threat. For a split second, one heartbeat, one blink of an eye, it forgot about the tiny wizard on the broom. Harry Dove. The firebolt became a streak of lightning, carrying him between the dragon's legs, beneath its thrashing tail, directly toward the nest. The golden egg gleamed in the firelight, beautiful and ridiculous, and Harry reached for it with both hands, his fingers closing around the cool metal just as the horntail realized it had been tricked. The dragon's tail caught him on the shoulder. Harry felt his bones jar, heard his own cry of pain, but he didn't let go. His grip on the egg remained iron, and the firebolt didn't falter, didn't waver. It carried him forward, through the flames, through the smoke, through the impossible distance between the nest and the stands. And then he was clear. The arena exploded with sound. Harry pulled the firebolt into a steep climb, his body screaming in protest, his shoulder burning with what he knew would be a spectacular bruise. But the egg was in his arms. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. He landed heavily on the grass, stumbling as his feet touched the ground, his knees threatening to give way. The crowd was still cheering, still screaming, still roaring with a ferocity that matched the dragon's own fury. Madame Pomfrey was there, and Professor McGonagall, and, was that Dumbledore? His face was split with a grin so wide it seemed to contain an entire universe of pride. Harry couldn't hear what anyone was saying. There was too much noise, too much confusion, too much of everything. And then Fleur Delacour was there. She pushed past the professors, past the officials, past anyone who tried to stop her. Her silver hair was disheveled, her robes singed at the edges, and her face, her beautiful, perfect face, was alight with something that Harry couldn't quite name. "You were magnificent, Harry," she breathed, her French accent thickening with emotion. "You were." She shook her head, seemingly unable to find the words. "The dragon, you made it look, you were so brave." Harry opened his mouth to respond, to say something witty or humble, or anything at all, but his voice had abandoned him. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion, and the pain in his shoulder was becoming impossible to ignore. Fleur stepped closer. She was right there, close enough that he could see the flecks of blue in her gray eyes, could smell the faint perfume that clung to her skin, could feel the warmth radiating from her body. "I am sorry for what I said," she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper that only he could hear. "About the English. About everything. You are not a little boy, Harry. You are." She kissed him. Not on the lips, on his cheek, just beside the corner of his mouth, a gesture of gratitude and relief and something else that Harry's exhausted mind couldn't begin to process. It was brief, barely a second of pressure, the ghost of contact. But the moment her lips touched his skin, the world exploded. Harry felt it before he understood it, a surge of magic so powerful, so ancient, so impossibly vast that it felt like the entire castle had collapsed on top of him. His soul seemed to split open, something buried deep within him cracking like an eggshell, releasing a torrent of power that he had never known existed. The runes appeared on his skin. Golden, glowing, impossibly intricate, they blazed across his arms, his chest, his face, visible through his torn robes and singed clothing. They pulsed once, twice, a heartbeat of pure magic that made everyone in the stadium fall silent. The dragons, all four of them, stopped moving. The horntail that Harry had just defeated froze mid-stride, its reptilian eyes fixed on him with something that looked almost like reverence. And then the runes vanished. Harry staggered backward, his hand flying to his cheek where Fleur had kissed him. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, her hand pressed against her own cheek as if she had felt it too. "What?" Harry's voice cracked. "What was that?" Fleur shook her head, her silver hair swaying with the motion. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She looked as stunned as Harry felt, as if some part of her had been fundamentally changed by the briefest of touches. I do not know," she whispered. "I have never felt. Harry, your eyes." "Harry!" Ron's voice cut through the fog of confusion. "Mate, you did it! You actually did it!" His best friend was running toward him, Hermione close behind, their faces split with identical grins. But even through the haze of victory, Harry could see the question in their eyes. They'd seen the runes. Everyone had seen the runes. "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, though he wasn't fine at all. He could still feel the magic thrumming beneath his skin, a second heartbeat that had awakened without warning. I just need to sit down." Fleur took a step back, her composure returning. With visible effort, she smoothed her robes, tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear, and offered Harry a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Congratulations," she said, and her voice was back to normal, cool and controlled. "You have earned your place, Harry Potter." She turned and walked away, her heels clicking against the stone floor, and Harry watched her go with a strange sense of loss that he couldn't explain. Why did it feel like she was taking something with her? Why did his chest ache with the same intensity as his shoulder? "I knew you could do it," Ron was saying, clapping him on the back. "I knew you'd be brilliant." "Yeah, brilliant," Harry echoed, his voice hollow. "Absolutely brilliant." Dumbledore appeared at his side, his ancient eyes searching Harry's face with an intensity that made Harry want to look away. The headmaster said nothing, not immediately. He simply studied Harry, his expression unreadable, his bearded face betraying nothing of what he might be thinking. Excellent work, my boy, he finally said, his voice carefully neutral. You have made us all proud. Now I think it's time you saw Madame Pomfrey about that shoulder. Harry nodded, allowing himself to be led away. But as he walked through the tunnel that led back to the castle, he couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The magic under his skin was still there, waiting, watching. It felt like a key had been turned in a lock he hadn't known existed. And somewhere in the distance, barely audible over the fading cheers, Harry heard a whisper. At last! He spun around, his heart hammering, but there was no one there. Only the empty tunnel, the fading sounds of celebration, and the lingering echo of a voice he didn't recognize. The voice had been feminine, ancient, and impossibly powerful. It had spoken in a language Harry didn't understand, and yet somehow, impossibly, he had understood every word. At last. The common room was chaos. Harry sat in his usual armchair, the one closest to the fire, and watched his fellow Gryffindors celebrate as if the Quidditch Cup had been won 100 times over. The golden egg sat on the table before him, catching the firelight and throwing strange shadows against the ceiling. He hadn't opened it. He couldn't bring himself to care about the clue, not when his skin was still tingling with magic he couldn't explain. Harry! Fred Weasley appeared at his side, a butterbeer in each hand. You absolute madman! That was the most brilliant thing I've ever seen! I thought you were going to die, George added, appearing beside his twin. I mean, we thought you were going to die. That's what made it brilliant. Thanks, Harry said, accepting one of the butterbeers. I think. The twins laughed and moved on, swallowed by the sea of celebrating students. Everyone wanted to congratulate him, to pat him on the back, to tell him how brave he'd been. Harry accepted it all mechanically, his responses automatic, his mind miles away. The runes. He'd seen them on his own skin, golden, beautiful, terrifying. They'd come and gone in seconds, but the feeling of them lingered, a warmth that had settled deep in his bones. He tried to summon them again, just to see if they would come back, but nothing had happened. Maybe it had been a trick of the firelight. Maybe the adrenaline had made him hallucinate. Maybe. You're thinking about what happened, aren't you? Hermione sat down across from him, her eyes sharp with intelligence and concern. She'd been watching him all evening, her brow furrowed in that way that meant she was trying to solve a puzzle. What happened? Harry asked, feigning confusion. I beat the dragon. That's what happened. Hermione's not talking about the dragon, Harry, Ron said, dropping onto the arm of the chair. She's talking about the weird stuff. You know. He waved his hands vaguely. The glowing bit. Harry winced. So they'd both seen it. Of course they'd seen it. Everyone had seen it. I don't know what that was, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. I've never felt anything like it. It was like something inside me woke up. Hermione leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you remember what happened right before? Fleur kissed your cheek and then the glow, Harry finished. I know. But I don't know why it happened. I've never had a reaction like that before. Maybe it's connected to the tournament, Ron suggested, reaching for a butterbeer of his own. Some kind of ancient magic that protects champions or something. But that doesn't explain why it happened when Fleur kissed him, Hermione argued. If it was tournament magic, it should have happened when he touched the egg or something. The timing is too specific. Harry tuned them out, his mind drifting back to the moment in the arena. Fleur's lips against his cheek. The surge of power that had erupted from his soul. The golden runes that had blazed across his skin. And the whisper. At last. Who had spoken those words? And why had he understood them when he didn't recognize the language? I should talk to Dumbledore, Harry said abruptly, cutting through Ron and Hermione's argument. He might know what happened. Good idea, Hermione agreed. Maybe he can tell us. Whatever Hermione had been about to say was interrupted by the portrait hole swinging open. A student Harry didn't recognize stepped into the common room, his face pale, his eyes scanning the crowd until they found Harry. "Potter!" the student called out. "Emergency message from Professor Dumbledore. He wants to see you in his office immediately." The common room went quiet. Everyone was staring at him, their celebration momentarily forgotten. Harry rose to his feet, his heart suddenly pounding for an entirely different reason. "Is something wrong?" he asked. The student shook his head. "He didn't say. Just that. It was urgent, and you should come alone." Harry exchanged a look with Ron and Hermione. He didn't like the sound of that. But he nodded anyway, pulling his robes tighter around himself and heading for the portrait hole. "Wait!" Hermione called out, her voice sharp with worry. "Harry, be careful." "I'm always careful," Harry said, and he couldn't help but smile at the irony of the statement. The corridors were empty as he made his way to Dumbledore's office. The usual portraits were silent, the suits of armor still, the whole castle holding its breath as if waiting for something. The magic under Harry's skin stirred, responding to the tension in the air. By the time he reached the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, Harry's anxiety had reached a fever pitch. He whispered the password, "cockroach clusters," and the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Dumbledore was waiting for him at the top. "Harry, my boy," he said, his voice warm but not quite hiding the concern beneath it. "Thank you for coming so quickly. Please sit." Harry took a seat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk, his eyes scanning the room. The usual objects were there, the pensieve, the mysterious instruments that whirred and spun, the portrait of previous headmasters and headmistresses. But something was different. The air felt heavier, charged with a magic that Harry didn't recognize. "You're probably wondering why I called you here," Dumbledore began, steepling his fingers. "I noticed something unusual happened during the first task today. Something involving you." Harry's hand went to his cheek, touching the spot where Fleur had kissed him. "The runes?" he said. "You saw them." "I saw them," Dumbledore confirmed. "And I suspect that you're wondering what they mean." The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Harry opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, the headmaster held up a hand. "Before you say anything," Dumbledore continued, his voice dropping to something more serious, "I need to ask you a question. And I need you to answer honestly." Harry nodded, his throat tight. "All right. The runes that appeared on your skin," Dumbledore said carefully, his blue eyes piercing into Harry's own. Were they familiar to you? Did they feel like something you'd experienced before?" Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. And the truth was, the runes hadn't felt familiar, not exactly. They'd felt ancient, buried, as if they'd been sleeping inside him his entire life and had finally been awakened. "No," he said slowly. "Not familiar. But it felt like they were supposed to be there. Like they'd always been there, and I just didn't know it." Dumbledore nodded, his expression unreadable. "I see. Is something wrong?" Harry asked, leaning forward. "Is it bad? The runes, I mean? Am I in danger?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, almost tender. "My boy, I don't think you're in danger. I think something has been awakened in you, something that has been sleeping for a very long time. Something that may change everything." "Change everything?" Harry repeated, his heart racing. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Dumbledore said, "that I think you might be connected to a bloodline that has been forgotten for centuries. A bloodline that has finally found its way back to the surface." He reached into his desk and pulled out a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age. It fell open to a page that was clearly marked, and Dumbledore pushed it across the desk toward Harry. "Tell me," the headmaster said. "Do you recognize this symbol?" Harry looked down at the page. His breath caught in his throat. The symbol was golden and intricate, a spiral of lines that seemed to dance and shift as he watched. It looked nothing like any rune he'd ever seen, and yet he recognized it. Knew it. Could feel it burning in his chest like a brand. That's what was on my skin," he breathed. "When the runes appeared, that symbol was right in the center. On my chest." Dumbledore's face was unreadable, but something flickered in his eyes. Something that might have been wonder or fear or both. "This is Veela rune," he said. "An ancient magical language that only a few wizards can read. It's been preserved by the Veela clans for centuries, passed down through their generations. And this particular symbol." He trailed off, shaking his head. "What does it mean?" Harry demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. "What does the symbol mean?" Dumbledore met his eyes, and Harry saw something he'd never seen in the headmaster's gaze before: uncertainty. "It means guardian," Dumbledore said softly. "The symbol represents the Veela Guardian, a protector sworn to defend the clans and keep their ancient magic safe. There hasn't been a Veela Guardian in Europe for almost 700 years. Harry's mind raced. "But I'm not a Veela. I'm Harry. I'm nobody." "You are nobody," Dumbledore agreed. "But I think, my boy, that you might be descended from someone very important. Someone who was the last Veela Guardian." He turned the page in the book, revealing a genealogy chart that Harry couldn't quite comprehend. Lines and names stretched across the paper, connecting figures that seemed to span centuries. "The Veela Guardian bloodline," Dumbledore explained, tapping the page. "It has been dormant for generations. But it appears that through your mother's line, Harry, the bloodline survived. It's been waiting for someone to awaken it. But I didn't do anything," Harry insisted. "I didn't know about any of this." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "You didn't. But the awakening is rarely something that can be controlled. It usually happens in a moment of great emotion, or extreme danger." His eyes met Harry's. "Or when an unsealed bond is formed." Harry's hand flew to his cheek. "Fleur," he breathed. "The kiss. It wasn't just a kiss," Dumbledore confirmed. "I suspect that Fleur Delacour's Veela heritage touched something dormant inside you. The two of you didn't just share a moment of gratitude, you shared magic. Ancient magic that has been waiting for this moment for centuries." Harry's head was spinning. It was too much, too fast. He'd just fought a dragon. He'd nearly died. And now he was supposed to accept that he was some kind of magical guardian for a species of beings he barely understood. "I don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What does this mean for me? For Fleur? For Harry?" Dumbledore's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. "I know this is overwhelming. I know you must have 1,000 questions. But I think the most important question, the one that matters most, is this: what did you feel when the bond formed?" Harry closed his eyes. He remembered it perfectly. The warmth that had flooded his veins. The sense of rightness that had settled in his chest. The feeling that something broken had finally been repaired. "I felt like I was coming home," he admitted. "Like I'd been away for so long and finally found my way back." "That's the bond," Dumbledore said. "The connection between the Veela and the Guardian. It's an ancient tie that transcends logic and reason. And I suspect that Fleur felt it too." "Fleur?" Harry's voice cracked. "Does she know? Does she understand what happened?" "I suspect she is very confused," Dumbledore admitted. "And likely frightened. But I also suspect that, deep down, she understands more than she's willing to admit. The Veela are attuned to their ancient magic in ways that we can't comprehend. She probably felt the bond before you did." Harry stood abruptly, his chair scraping back. "I need to talk to her. I need to." "Not tonight," Dumbledore said, raising a hand. "The hour is late, and you have just endured one of the most dangerous tasks in the tournament's history. You need rest. Tomorrow, when your head is clearer, you can seek her out." Harry sat back down, fighting the urge to argue. He could feel the magic under his skin, restless and impatient. It was calling to someone. He could feel the pull in his chest, like a string tied to his heart that led directly to Fleur. Tell me more about the Guardians, he said. What did they do? Why are they important? Dumbledore's expression became thoughtful. The Veela Guardians were protectors, sworn to defend the clans from any who would do them harm. They possessed unique magic, abilities that normal wizards couldn't access. Soulfire, emotional magic, protective auras. They were powerful, respected, and beloved. And what happened to them? Harry asked. Why aren't there any Guardians anymore? Dumbledore's expression grew sorrowful. They were hunted. There was a time when the magical world feared the Veela and their Guardians. Accusations were made, wars were fought, and the Guardian bloodline was systematically destroyed. The last Guardian died 7 centuries ago, and it was believed that the line had died with them. Until me, Harry said, his voice hollow. Until you. Dumbledore agreed. It appears your mother's bloodline carried the Guardian magic, passed down through generations until it found its way to you. And now, under the most unlikely of circumstances, it has awakened. Harry processed this in silence. He could feel the weight of the information pressing down on him, a destiny that he hadn't asked for, a responsibility that he didn't want. But underneath the fear and confusion, there was something else. Something that felt suspiciously like excitement. If I'm a Guardian, he said slowly, then there must be a reason I woke up now. Something must have triggered it besides the kiss. Dumbledore nodded, his expression growing somber. I've been considering that myself. And I think you're right. The timing is too convenient. Something is coming, Harry. Something dark. And the Guardian bloodline may have awakened to prepare for it. Harry thought of Voldemort, of the graveyard that haunted his dreams, of the resurrection that he knew was coming. The prophecy that hung over his head like a guillotine. Do you think it's connected to him? He asked, unable to even say the name. I think, Dumbledore said, that nothing happens by accident. I think the awakening of the Guardian bloodline at this particular moment in history is significant. And I think we need to be very careful about what comes next. Harry nodded, his mind racing. He didn't know what to do with any of this. He didn't know how to be a Guardian. He didn't know what was expected of him. All he knew was that the magic under his skin was burning, calling, demanding attention. I should go, he said, rising again. I need to think about all of this. Take as much time as you need, Dumbledore said. But Harry, be careful with Fleur. The bond between you is powerful, and I don't think either of you fully understands what it means yet. Give yourself time to process. Harry nodded and headed for the door. But as he reached the threshold, Dumbledore's voice stopped him. One more thing, Harry. The runes that appeared on your skin. I need to tell you something important about them. Harry turned, his heart suddenly pounding. What is it? The symbol on your chest, the Guardian symbol. Dumbledore said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It has a counterpart. A matching symbol that appears on the Guardian's bonded partner. When the bond is fully formed, both parties will bear the same mark. Harry's blood went cold. Fleur, he breathed. She'll have the mark too. I suspect she already does, Dumbledore said gently. I suspect the magic has already begun to work. Harry left the office in a daze. The corridors were empty, the portraits silent, and the only sound was his own footsteps echoing against the stone. He didn't know where he was going. He just needed to move, to clear his head, to make sense of the impossible events of the day. He found himself at the edge of the Black Lake, staring into its dark depths. The water was still and silent, the moon casting silver ripples across its surface. Harry sat down on the grass, his knees drawn to his chest, and let his mind wander. The magic under his skin hummed contentedly, as if approving of this quiet moment. It felt alive in a way that his normal magic never had, sentient, watchful, aware. It had been sleeping inside him, waiting for something, and now it was awake. And it wanted something. He could feel it pulling him, not physically but magically, toward a direction he couldn't quite identify. It was like a compass pointing to a place he'd never been and yet somehow knew. The bond, he murmured, testing the words on his tongue. It's pulling me toward Fleur. He should be frightened. He should be concerned. He was 17 years old, and he just discovered that he was connected to someone he barely knew by a magical bond that neither of them understood. It was terrifying, overwhelming, and completely insane. But beneath all of that, Harry felt something else. He felt hope. Maybe this was what he'd been missing. Maybe this was what his life had been leading to, not just defeating Voldemort, but finding a purpose, a meaning, a reason to exist beyond the prophecy. Maybe being the Veela Guardian was the destiny he'd never known he was searching for. Or maybe it was just another burden, another weight on shoulders that were already too heavy. Harry didn't know. But as he sat by the lake, the magic humming under his skin and the stars wheeling overhead, he felt something shift inside him. Something clicked into place. For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he belonged. The next morning, the whispers started. Harry had hoped that the glowing runes had been a one-time thing, a bizarre incident that everyone would forget about in the face of his victory. But as he walked through the halls, students turned to stare at him, their whispers following him like a cloud. Did you see it? His whole body glowed. I heard he's cursed. Cursed? I heard he's been chosen by the Veela. Impossible. He's not even part Veela. I heard Delacour kissed him and it triggered something. Some kind of ancient magic. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing. Harry forced himself to keep walking, his head down, his ears burning. The whispers wrapped around him like chains, suffocating, inescapable. Even the portraits were talking about him, pointing and murmuring as he passed. Looks like our little Harry has gotten himself into quite a situation, one portrait remarked. Hush, another said. You're not supposed to talk about it. It's a matter of magical secrecy. Magical secrecy? The whole school saw it happen. Harry didn't stop to listen. He found Ron and Hermione in the great hall, huddled over a table in the corner, their heads bent together in animated conversation. When they saw him approaching, they both straightened. Harry! Hermione said, her voice bright with relief. We were so worried. What did Dumbledore say? Harry slid into the seat across from them, his appetite suddenly gone. He said I'm the Veela Guardian? Ron's jaw dropped. The what? The Veela Guardian. It's some kind of ancient magical protector for the Veela clans. The magic woke up when Fleur kissed me yesterday. Hermione's eyes were wide. I've read about the Veela Guardians in some of my books. They were supposed to be incredibly powerful, with magic that normal wizards couldn't access. But the bloodline was supposedly extinct. Apparently not, Harry said grimly. Apparently it was hiding in my mother's bloodline. And now it's awake. Ron looked between Harry and Hermione, his expression shifting between confusion and concern. So, what does this mean exactly? Do you have to do something? Are you in danger? Harry shook his head. I don't know. Dumbledore didn't give me many answers. He just said I should give myself time to process it. Well, that's not very helpful. Hermione muttered, biting her lip. I should go to the library. There must be books about the Veela Guardians. We need to know what we're dealing with. Harry nodded, grateful for her relentless pursuit of knowledge. That would be helpful. Thanks, Hermione. The owl post arrived in a flurry of wings and letters. A scroll landed in front of Harry, tied with a silver ribbon, the wax seal bearing an unfamiliar crest. He broke the seal and unrolled the parchment, his heart suddenly pounding. Dear Harry. I need to speak with you. Privately. Please meet me tonight at the prefect's bathroom after dinner. I will find a way to get you in, It's important. Fleur. Harry's hands trembled as he read the note. She wanted to see him. She'd sought him out, reached out to him, before he'd even had a chance to find her. What does it say? Ron asked, leaning forward. Harry quickly folded the note, tucking it into his robes. Nothing important. Just someone wanting to congratulate me. Ron looked skeptical, but he didn't push. Hermione was already lost in thought, her mind clearly racing through the library catalog. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Harry went through the motions, classes, meals, the endless tide of students who wanted to congratulate him, but his mind was on the night ahead. The note was burning a hole in his robes, a secret that he desperately wanted to share and desperately wanted to keep. By the time dinner ended, Harry's nerves were frayed beyond repair. He excused himself from Ron and Hermione, citing exhaustion, and made his way through the corridors toward the prefect's bathroom. The entrance was hidden behind a bust of a wizard that Harry had never noticed before. He whispered the password, "cockroach clusters," and the bust sprang aside, revealing the entrance to the most beautiful bathroom Harry had ever seen. The prefect's bathroom was lined with candles floating on the water surface, their flames casting dancing shadows against the tiled walls. The pool was massive, filled with bubbles that smelled of lavender and honey, steam rising in lazy tendrils toward the ceiling. And Fleur was waiting for him. She stood at the edge of the pool, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her robe clinging to her body in a way that made Harry's mouth go dry. Her back was to him, but she turned as soon as she heard the door slide shut. "Harry," she breathed, her voice trembling. "You came." "Of course I came," Harry said, his voice unsteady. "You said it was important." Fleur moved toward him, her steps hesitant. She looked different, still beautiful, still ethereal, but somehow more vulnerable. There was a worry in her eyes that Harry hadn't seen before. "When I kissed you," she began, her accent thickening with emotion, "I felt something. Something that I could not explain. It was like my soul was reaching out to something. And then I saw the runes on your skin and I—" She broke off, shaking her head. "I felt it too," Harry admitted. "I don't know what it means. I don't know why it happened. But I know I felt it." Fleur moved closer, close enough that Harry could feel the warmth radiating from her body. Her silver eyes searched his face, and Harry felt himself drowning in them. "When I went back to my room last night," she whispered, "I found something on my skin. A mark that I have never seen before." She pulled back the sleeve of her robe, exposing the delicate skin of her forearm. Harry's breath caught in his throat. There, on the inside of her wrist, was a golden spiral. The same spiral that had appeared on his chest. It was small, delicate, almost delicate, but unmistakably the same symbol. "The mark," he breathed. "You have the mark." "I have the mark," she confirmed. "And I think it means that we are connected, Harry. In a way that I do not fully understand." Harry reached out, his fingers hovering over the mark, not quite touching. "I've been feeling it all day," he admitted. "A pull. Like something inside me is calling out to something inside you." Fleur's hand came up, her fingers brushing against his. The touch sent a shockwave of magic through his body, and he saw her eyes widen as she felt it too. "It is the bond," she whispered. "The ancient bond that the Veela guardians share with their chosen partners. I have heard stories of it, but I never thought it was real. I never thought it would happen to me. I didn't know about any of this," Harry said, his voice raw. "I didn't ask for it. I don't even know what it means." Fleur's hand closed around his, squeezing gently. "I know. Neither did I. But I think we need to figure it out together. The magic chose us for a reason, Harry. We need to find out why." Harry nodded, his heart pounding. He could feel the bond between them, strengthening with every moment, every touch. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was everything he'd never known he'd been searching for. "What do we do now?" he asked. Fleur smiled, and for the first time since the kiss, the worry faded from her eyes. "We find out what it means to be the Veela guardian," she said. "We find out what kind of magic is inside you. And we find out why it was dormant for so long. And then?" Harry pressed. "Then we decide what to do with it," Fleur said. "Together." She pulled her hand back, stepping away from him. But the warmth of her touch lingered on his skin, a promise of something more. "I will find you tomorrow," she said. "I have some contacts in France who might know more about the Guardian bloodline, We will start there. Harry nodded, watching her move toward the door. Just before she left, she turned back to look at him. "Oh, and Harry?" she said, her voice soft. "I am glad it was you." The door slid shut behind her, and Harry was left standing in the empty bathroom, the steam rising around him, the magic under his skin still humming. "I am glad it was you." He touched his chest, where the symbol had appeared, and felt the magic pulse beneath his fingers. For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he was part of something bigger than himself. Something that mattered. Something that would change everything. Later that night, as Harry lay in his bed staring at the canopy, he felt the bond tug at him. It was gentle, insistent, a reminder of what had happened. He closed his eyes and let himself drift, the magic pulling him down into sleep. And then the dreams began. He was standing in a place that wasn't a place. It was vast and empty, filled with light that had no source, with shadows that moved on their own. The ground beneath his feet was solid, but he couldn't see it. It was covered in mist that swirled and danced around his ankles. And in the distance he saw her. She was beautiful, impossibly beautiful, with silver hair that fell to her feet and eyes that glowed with ancient magic. She wore a crown of golden leaves, and her robes shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars. Harry tried to speak, but no words came. The woman smiled at him, and he felt warmth flood his veins. "At last," she said, and her voice echoed in the void, ancient and powerful. "The Guardian has awakened." She moved toward him, her steps bringing her closer with each moment. Harry felt the bond strengthen, felt the magic inside him reach out to meet hers. "I am the Veela Queen," she said. "The first of my kind. The creator of the Guardian Bond. And I have been waiting for you for a very long time." "Waiting for me?" Harry's voice finally returned to him. "Why?" The Queen smiled, and Harry felt the weight of centuries in her expression. "Because you are the one who will unite us," she said. "You are the one who will bring the Veela back from the brink. You are the promised guardian." "The promised guardian?" Harry repeated. "What does that mean?" The Queen's smile faded. "It means that you have a great destiny, Harry Potter. And a great burden. There is darkness coming, a darkness that seeks to destroy everything we have built. And only you can stop it." She reached out, her hand hovering over his chest. Harry felt the magic surge inside him, the golden runes blazing across his skin. "Find the hidden sanctuary," the Queen said. "Find the people who can help you. And when the time comes, remember, the bond is your greatest strength. Do not let it be your undoing." Harry opened his mouth to ask more questions, but the vision was already fading. The Queen's image dissolved into mist, and the void around him melted away. He woke with a gasp, sitting upright in his bed, his heart racing and his skin covered in sweat. The golden runes were glowing on his chest, pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. "The promised guardian." The words echoed in his mind, carrying the weight of destiny. Harry pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the magic beneath his skin, and knew that everything had changed. Everything had changed. He looked out the window at the moonlit grounds, at the castle that had been his home for 4 years. He could feel the bond with Fleur, a thread of connection that reached through the night and wrapped around his heart. And somewhere in the distance, he could feel something else. Something dark and cold, waiting in the shadows. The Veela Queen's words echoed in his mind. "There is darkness coming." Harry Potter had faced darkness before. He'd faced it in the graveyard, in the Chamber of Secrets, in the shadow of his parents' death. But this was different. This time, he wasn't fighting alone. He had the bond. He had Fleur. He had a destiny that he didn't understand and a magic that he couldn't control. And as he lay back in his bed, staring at the canopy and feeling the magic pulse beneath his skin, Harry Potter knew that his life had just become infinitely more complicated. And infinitely more important. The golden runes on his chest pulsed one last time, and Harry felt a warmth spread through him. It was the warmth of connection, of purpose, of belonging. It was the warmth of being exactly where he was supposed to be. He closed his eyes and let it wash over him. And in the darkness of the dormitory, surrounded by sleeping students and the quiet hum of ancient magic, Harry Potter smiled. He was ready. Whatever came next, whatever the Veela Queen had meant, whatever destiny had in store for him, he was ready. Because for the first time in his life, Harry Potter didn't feel alone. The bond with Fleur hummed in his chest, a constant reminder of the connection they shared. The magic under his skin burned with promise. And in his heart, a new hope had taken root. The promised guardian had awakened. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 2, The Forgotten Bloodline. The dream came again that night, more vivid than before. Harry stood in the same void of swirling mist and impossible light, but this time the Veela Queen was not alone. Beside her stood a man, tall, broad-shouldered, with hair as black as Harry's own and eyes that burned with a fierce, protective fire. He wore ancient robes of deep crimson, and on his chest, gleaming like a second heart, was the same golden spiral that now marked Harry's skin. "Come closer, Harry Potter," the Queen said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "There is much you need to understand." Harry walked forward, his feet making no sound on the mist-covered ground. The man beside the Queen studied him with an intensity that made Harry feel as though every secret he'd ever kept was being laid bare. "This is Aldrich," the Queen said, gesturing to the man. "The first Veela Guardian. Your ancestor." Harry's breath caught in his throat. My ancestor?" Aldrich stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "You carry my blood, boy. Through your mother's line, the magic has slept for 700 years, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And now, at last, it has found you." "I don't understand," Harry said, shaking his head. "I'm just an ordinary wizard. I'm not special." "I'm not. You are the chosen one," Aldrich interrupted, his voice sharp. "You are the one who was prophesied to defeat the Dark Lord. But that is not your only destiny, Harry. You were always meant for more." The Queen moved closer, her silver eyes searching his face. "When Aldrich and I formed the first guardian bond, it was the beginning of an era of peace and prosperity for both our peoples. The Veela thrived under his protection, and the wizarding world benefited from the ancient magic we shared. But when Aldrich fell in battle, the bond was broken, and the guardian bloodline was thought lost forever. Until now," Aldrich said, his voice heavy with meaning. "The magic has chosen you, Harry. You are not just the chosen one, you are the promised guardian, foretold in the ancient prophecies of my people. The one who would rise when the darkness was at its peak and lead us all to salvation." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but before he could form the words, the vision shifted. The mist swirled and parted, and suddenly Harry was somewhere else entirely. He was standing in a great hall, larger than any he had ever seen, with ceilings that vanished into shadows and walls covered in tapestries depicting scenes of battle and triumph. At the center of the hall stood a throne, and on that throne sat a woman with silver hair and eyes of molten gold. But this wasn't the Veela Queen. This woman was older, her face lined with age and sorrow, her robes tattered and stained. She clutched a staff in her gnarled hands, and her eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You have come," she said, her voice a dry whisper. "After all these years, the Guardian has finally arrived." "I don't understand," Harry said, the words feeling inadequate for the third time that night. "Where am I? Who are you?" The woman smiled, revealing teeth that were yellowed and cracked. "I am the keeper of the records, the last of my kind. And you, Harry Potter, are standing in the heart of the Veela Sanctuary, the hidden home of the Veela people." Harry looked around, truly looked, and realized that the great hall was not empty. In the shadows, he could see figures moving, hundreds of them, their silver hair gleaming in the dim light, their eyes watching him with a mixture of hope and fear. "The sanctuary has been hidden for centuries," the keeper continued, "protected by ancient magic that only the Guardian can access. You have been brought here in your dreams, Harry, so that you may see what you are meant to protect." The figures in the shadows stepped forward, revealing themselves one by one. Veela of all ages, from young children clutching their mothers' hands to elders whose faces were etched with the wisdom of ages. They were beautiful, ethereal, and utterly terrified. "They are afraid," the keeper said, her voice softening. "They have been afraid for so long. The darkness that threatens your world threatens ours as well. And we have no one to protect us." Harry's heart clenched. He could see the fear in their eyes, could feel it radiating from them like a physical force. These were people, beings, yes, but beings who felt pain and fear and hope just like anyone else. And they were looking to him for salvation. "I don't know how to be a guardian," he admitted, the confession tasting bitter on his tongue. "I don't know how to use the magic. I don't know anything." The keeper's smile softened. "That is why you are here, child. To learn. To grow. To become what you were always meant to be." She raised her staff, and the hall dissolved around them. Harry found himself standing in a vast library, shelves stretching as far as the eye could see, filled with books that glowed with ancient magic. "These are the records of the Guardians," the keeper said, gesturing to the shelves. "Every secret, every spell, every piece of knowledge that was passed down through the ages. They are yours now, Harry. Yours to learn. Yours to protect." Harry moved toward the nearest shelf, his fingers brushing against the spines of the books. He could feel the magic in them, pulsing and alive, calling out to him. "The first lesson," the keeper said, her voice echoing in the vast space. "The bond. You must understand the bond before you can understand anything else." Harry turned to face her. "What is the bond? Really? What does it mean?" The keeper's expression became grave. "The bond is the foundation of guardian magic. It connects the guardian to a Veela partner, creating a link that strengthens both their powers. Through the bond, the guardian gains access to Veela magic. And through the guardian, the Veela gains protection from the forces that seek to destroy her people." "And Fleur?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's my bonded partner?" The keeper nodded. "Fleur Delacour is your bonded partner, yes. But the bond is not complete, not yet. It has only just begun to awaken. In time, it will grow stronger, deeper, until the two of you are bound in ways that you cannot even imagine." Harry swallowed hard. "And what happens then?" The keeper's eyes glowed with ancient power. "Then you become what the prophecy foretold. You become the promised guardian, the protector of the Veela people, the one who will lead us through the coming darkness." The vision began to fade, the library dissolving around him. Harry reached out, trying to hold on to the moment, but it slipped through his fingers like water. "Wait," he called out. "There's so much I don't understand. What about Voldemort? What about the prophecy? What am I supposed to?" The keeper's voice echoed one final time before everything went dark. Asterisk. "Follow the bond, Harry. It will lead you where you need to go. Trust it. Trust her. And when the time comes, remember, you are not alone." Asterisk. Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in his bed. The golden runes on his chest were blazing, so bright that they illuminated the entire dormitory. He pressed his hand against them, feeling the magic surge beneath his skin, and tried to calm his racing heart. The dream had felt so real. The Veela sanctuary, the ancient library, the keeper with her yellowed teeth and knowing eyes. It couldn't have been just a dream. It was too vivid, too detailed, too real. He climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face and staring at his reflection in the mirror. The golden runes were still visible, pulsing faintly against his skin. They had faded since the dream, but they hadn't disappeared completely. "Follow the bond," he murmured to himself. "Trust it. Trust her." But how was he supposed to trust something he didn't understand? How was he supposed to follow a bond that he hadn't even known existed 3 days ago? Harry dressed quickly and made his way down to the common room, hoping that the early morning quiet would help him think. The fire was still burning, casting dancing shadows across the empty chairs. Harry settled into his usual spot, staring into the flames and letting his mind wander. The Veela sanctuary. The hidden home of the Veela people. The keeper had said it was protected by ancient magic that only the Guardian could access. Was that why he'd been able to see it in his dreams? Was the magic already beginning to work, even though he didn't understand it? Harry? He looked up to find Hermione standing in the doorway of the girls' dormitory, her hair a wild mess and her robes thrown on haphazardly. She was holding a book in her hands, its spine cracked from years of use. "You're awake early," Harry observed. "Couldn't sleep either?" Hermione shook her head, moving to sit across from him. "I was in the library all night. I found something. Something important." Harry leaned forward, his heart racing. "What is it?" Hermione opened the book to a marked page, her finger tracing a line of text. "This book is about ancient magical bloodlines that were thought to be extinct but actually survived through intermarriage and hidden lineage. And look at this." She turned the book around, showing Harry an illustration. It was a family tree, stretching back centuries, filled with names that Harry didn't recognize. But at the very top, written in golden ink, was a name that made his blood run cold. Aldrich Potter. "That's the name of my ancestor," Harry breathed. "The first Veela Guardian. I saw him in my dream last night." Hermione's eyes widened. "You had another dream? What happened?" Harry told her everything: the Veela Queen, Aldrich, the hidden sanctuary, the keeper, the ancient library. He left out nothing, not even the part about the bond pulling him toward Fleur. Hermione listened in silence, her expression shifting from surprise to concern to something that looked almost like awe. "This is incredible," she said when he'd finished. "The Veela sanctuary has been a legend for centuries. Most scholars thought it was just a myth, a story told to children to give them hope. But if it's real, if you've actually seen it, then the magic is real too," Harry finished. "The bond, the guardian bloodline, all of it." Hermione nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I've been reading about the guardian bloodline all night. The Potters were one of the most powerful families in magical history, even before they became guardians. Aldrich Potter was a legendary wizard, considered one of the greatest of his age. He was the one who brokered the peace between the Veela and the wizarding world." "What happened to him?" Harry asked. "How did the bloodline die out?" Hermione's expression grew somber. "He was betrayed. There was a faction of wizards who didn't want peace with the Veela. They saw the alliance as a threat to their power. They assassinated Aldrich and hunted down his descendants, hoping to destroy the guardian line forever. But they didn't succeed," Harry said slowly. "Because my mother carried the bloodline." "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "The bloodline went underground, hidden through careful intermarriage and strategic alliances. It survived for 7 centuries, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. And now it has," Harry said, his voice hollow. "Now it's found me." Hermione reached across and squeezed his hand. "You're not alone in this, Harry. We're here. Ron, me, everyone. We'll help you figure this out." Harry managed a weak smile. "Thanks, Hermione. I don't know what I'd do without you." "Probably get yourself killed," Hermione said, but there was no humor in her voice. "That's why we're here. To make sure that doesn't happen." The Great Hall was already filling up when Harry and Hermione arrived for breakfast. Ron was waiting for them at their usual spot, his face still half buried in a plate of bacon and eggs. "Morning," he mumbled around a mouthful of food. "Where were you two?" "I woke up and you were both gone. Couldn't sleep," Harry said, sliding into his seat. Hermione was in the library. Ron raised an eyebrow. "All night? Bloody hell, Hermione, you're going to exhaust yourself." "I found something important," Hermione said, her voice sharp. Something that could help Harry understand what's happening to him. Ron's expression sobered. "Right. The Veela stuff. Have you figured out what it means yet?" Harry shook his head. "Not really. But I had another dream last night. I saw my ancestor, the first guardian. He told me I was meant for more than just defeating Voldemort." Ron's eyes widened. More than defeating you-know-who? What could be more than that? The Veela, Harry said. I'm supposed to protect them. All of them. It's some kind of ancient prophecy. Ron leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. That's a lot, mate. How are you supposed to protect an entire species? That's not exactly something you can do with a couple of spells and a broomstick. I know, Harry said, frustration creeping into his voice. That's what I've been trying to figure out. The keeper in my dream said I need to learn about the bond first. That's the foundation of everything. The bond, Ron repeated. That's the thing between you and Fleur, right? The Veela magic that woke up when she kissed you? Harry nodded, feeling his cheeks flush. Apparently. The keeper said the bond will get stronger over time. That it will help me access the guardian magic. Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. Do you know how the bond works exactly? Is it like a regular magical connection, or is it something different? I don't know, Harry admitted. The keeper didn't explain it very well. She just said I need to trust it and follow it. Ron snorted. Trust a magical bond that you barely understand? That sounds like a brilliant plan. What could possibly go wrong? Ron! Hermione hissed. This is serious. Harry's trying to figure out what's happening to him, and you're making jokes. I'm not making jokes, Ron protested. I'm just saying, it seems a bit risky to trust something you don't understand. Ron's right, Harry said, surprising them both. I don't understand the bond. That's why I need to learn more. That's why I need to talk to Fleur. He stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the stone floor. I'm going to find her. We need to figure this out together. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Harry, wait, Hermione called out. You can't just. But Harry was already walking away, his mind fixed on one thing, finding Fleur. The bond was pulling him toward her, a gentle but insistent tug that he couldn't ignore. He could feel her presence somewhere in the castle, a warmth that called out to his own. He found her. In the courtyard, standing alone near the fountain, her silver hair catching the morning light. She turned as he approached, her expression shifting from surprise to something that looked almost like relief. Harry, she breathed. I was just thinking about you. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Really? I've been thinking about you too. I had another dream last night. I saw the Veela sanctuary. I saw my ancestor, the first guardian. Fleur's eyes widened. You saw the sanctuary? That is impossible. The sanctuary is hidden. Protected by ancient magic that only the guardian can access. I accessed it in my dream, Harry said. The keeper brought me there. She showed me the library, the records, everything. She told me I need to understand the bond before I can understand anything else. Fleur reached out, her fingers brushing against his hand. The touch sent a spark of magic through both of them, and Harry felt the bond pulse in response. The bond, Fleur said softly. I have been feeling it too. Since the moment I kissed you, I have felt connected to you. Like there is a string that ties us together. Harry nodded. That's exactly what it feels like. Like something is pulling me toward you. Fleur's cheeks flushed. It is strange, is it not? To be connected to someone you barely know? Strange doesn't even begin to cover it, Harry admitted. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think the magic chose us for a reason. Fleur smiled, a genuine smile that lit up her entire face. I think you are right, Harry. I think we are meant to be partners in this. Whatever it is. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their new reality settling between them. Harry could feel the bond pulsing, a constant reminder of the connection they shared. It was frightening and exhilarating all at once. I need to learn more about the guardian magic, Harry said finally. The keeper said the records in the library will teach me everything I need to know. But I can't access them from here. I need to find the sanctuary. Fleur nodded slowly. I know where it is. Or at least, I know where the entrance is. The Veela have always known the location of the sanctuary. but we could never access it without a guardian. The magic would not allow it. Can you take me there? Harry asked, his heart racing. Please, Fleur. I need to understand what I am. I need to understand what I'm supposed to do. Fleur hesitated for a long moment. It is dangerous, Harry. The sanctuary is protected by ancient magic that even I do not fully understand. If something goes wrong. I trust you, Harry said, the words coming out before he could stop them. I don't know why, but I trust you. The bond, the dreams, everything, it's all telling me that you're the one I'm supposed to trust. Fleur's expression softened. You really mean that? I really do, Harry confirmed. Fleur took a deep breath. Very well. I will take you to the sanctuary. But we must be careful. There are those who would not wish to see the guardian rise again. The magic must be protected at all costs. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of her words. When can we go? Tonight, Fleur said. After the feast. I will find a way to get us out of the castle without being noticed. Meet me by the lake at midnight. Midnight, Harry repeated. I'll be there. The day passed in a blur of classes and whispered conversations. Harry couldn't focus on anything, not Professor Snape's sneering lectures, not Professor McGonagall's transfiguration exercises, not even Ron and Hermione's concerned glances. His mind was fixed on the night ahead. The feast of the first task was a grand affair, with the entire castle packed into the great hall to celebrate the champion's victory. The food was spectacular, the music was lively, and the atmosphere was one of triumph and joy. Harry sat through it all, barely tasting a bite. Harry. Fleur's voice cut through the noise. She had somehow materialized beside him, her face flushed and her eyes bright. Are you prepared? Harry nodded, his heart racing. I'm ready. Fleur smiled, a secret smile that made his stomach flip. Then meet me at the lake. I will be waiting. She glided away, disappearing into the crowd. Ron leaned over, his expression suspicious. What was that about? Where are you going? Nowhere, Harry said quickly. I need to talk to her about something. It's nothing important. Ron didn't look convinced, but he did impress. All right, mate. Just be careful. You know, with the bond stuff. Harry nodded, grateful for Ron's support even if it came in the form of vague warnings. He pushed back from the table and made his way out of the great hall, his heart pounding in his chest. The night air was cool and crisp as he made his way to the lake. The moon hung low in the sky, casting silver ripples across the water's surface. Fleur was waiting for him at the water's edge, her silver hair flowing in the breeze like a banner. Are you ready, Harry? She asked. Harry nodded, his throat tight. What do I need to do? Fleur reached out and took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. Just trust me, she said. And trust the bond. She closed her eyes and began to murmur in a language that Harry didn't recognize. The words were ancient, beautiful, and filled with power. As she spoke, the air around them began to shimmer, and the lake's surface started to glow. What's happening? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. The sanctuary is protected by a barrier that only the bond can pierce, Fleur explained. The Guardian and the bonded Veela must work together to open the entrance. Harry felt the bond pulse, responding to the magic in the air. He reached out with his mind, following the thread of connection that linked him to Fleur. Together, they pushed against the barrier. And then, with a sound like breaking glass, it shattered. The world around them dissolved and reformed. The lake vanished, the castle disappeared, and Harry found himself standing in the great hall that he had seen in his dreams. But this time, it was real. This is the sanctuary, he breathed, looking around in wonder. This is where the Veela have been hiding. Fleur nodded, her hands still clasped in his. Welcome to our home, Mary. The first guardian to see it in 700 years. Harry looked around at the vast hall, the towering pillars, the shadows that seemed to move and breathe. The figures from his dream were still there, hundreds of Veela watching him with reverent eyes. And in the center of the hall stood the keeper, her staff clutched in her gnarled hands, her yellow teeth bared in a smile. "Welcome, Harry Potter," she said, her voice echoing in the vast space. "We have been waiting for you." Harry stepped forward, his hand still holding Fleur's. "The Keeper," he said. "From my dream." The Keeper nodded. "Indeed. I have been guiding you, preparing you for this moment. The dreams were my doing, a way to show you what you needed to see before you arrived." "Why me?" Harry asked, the question burning on his tongue. "Why did the magic choose me?" The Keeper's expression softened. "Because you are worthy, Harry. Because you have the heart of a guardian, courage, compassion, and an unbreakable will to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The magic saw that in you, even when you could not see it yourself." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back, unwilling to show weakness in front of all these people. But the Keeper saw anyway, and her smile grew even warmer. "You have nothing to prove to us, child. You are already exactly what we need." She turned and gestured for them to follow. "Come. There is much you must learn. The ancient library awaits." The library was exactly as Harry had seen it in his dream, vast, beautiful, filled with shelves that stretched to infinity. Books glowed with ancient magic, their spines pulsing with power that Harry could feel even from across the room. "These are the records of the Guardians," the Keeper said. "Every spell, every secret, every piece of knowledge that has been preserved for millennia. They are yours to study, Harry. Yours to learn." Harry moved toward the nearest shelf, his fingers brushing against the spines of the books. He could feel the magic inside them, calling out to him, welcoming him home. "The first thing you need to understand," the Keeper continued, "is the nature of the Guardian magic. It is not like traditional wizard magic. It is ancient, primal, connected to the very fabric of existence. It is the magic of protection, of preservation, of life itself." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "What can I do with it?" The Keeper smiled. "You can do many things, Harry. You can heal wounds that no other magic can heal. You can create shields that no spell can pierce. You can speak to the elements and command them to your will. And most importantly, you can protect the Veela people from the darkness that threatens them." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, the magic pulsing in response to her words. "How do I learn to use it?" "Through the bond," the Keeper said. "The bond is the key to everything. As your connection to Fleur grows stronger, so will your access to the Guardian magic. You will learn together, grow together, become something greater than either of you could be alone." Harry looked at Fleur, his heart swelling with emotion. She was watching him with the same intensity, her hand still clasped in his, the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. "Together," he repeated. "Together," Fleur confirmed. The Keeper nodded, satisfied. "Good. The bond is already strong. But it will become stronger still. In time, you will be able to share thoughts, feelings, even memories. You will be able to fight together as one, your magic intertwined in ways that no enemy can defeat." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "That sounds powerful." "It is," the Keeper agreed. "But with power comes responsibility. The Guardian magic is not to be used lightly. It is a gift, yes, but it is also a burden. You must be worthy of it, Harry. You must be pure of heart and true of purpose." Harry nodded solemnly. "I understand. I'll do my best." The Keeper smiled. "I know you will, child. That is why I chose you." The next few hours were a blur of learning and discovery. The Keeper led Harry and Fleur through the library, showing them texts on Guardian magic, Veela history, and the ancient prophecies that had foretold Harry's arrival. "The prophecy is clear," the Keeper said, holding up a scroll that glowed with golden light. "When the darkness rises, the Guardian will awaken. When the bond is forged, the power will be unleashed. And when the battle is fought, the Guardian will prevail." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked. "When the battle is fought? Which battle?" The Keeper's expression grew grave. "The battle against the Dark Lord, of course. But also a battle that is yet to come, a battle between the forces of light and darkness that will determine the fate of all magical beings. Harry felt the weight of her words settle on his shoulders. That's a lot of pressure. It is, the keeper agreed. But you are not alone. You have Fleur, you have your friends, and you have the Veela people. We will stand with you, Harry. We will fight with you. You are our guardian, and we will protect you as fiercely as you protect us. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Thank you? I don't deserve. You deserve everything, child, the keeper interrupted. Now come. There is still so much you need to learn. They spent the rest of the night in the library, reading through ancient texts and practicing basic guardian spells. Harry learned how to summon the golden soulfire, how to create protective shields, how to channel his emotions into his magic in ways that he had never imagined possible. By the time the sun began to rise, Harry felt like a different person. The magic was humming beneath his skin, alive and vibrant, ready to be used. I think it's time for us to go, Fleur said, her voice soft. We've been gone all night. The others will notice. Harry nodded, though he was reluctant to leave. The library felt like home in a way that Hogwarts never had. We will meet again, Harry, the keeper said. There is much more to learn. But for now, you have enough knowledge to begin your journey. Thank you, Harry said, his voice sincere. For everything. The keeper smiled. It is my honor, child. Now go. The world is waiting for you. The journey back to Hogwarts was silent. Fleur held Harry's hand, the bond pulsing between them, and Harry felt more connected to her than he had ever felt to anyone. When they finally reached the castle, dawn was breaking over the horizon. The first rays of sunlight painted the walls gold, and the air was crisp and clean. I need to tell my friends about this, Harry said softly. They deserve to know what's happening. Fleur nodded. Yes. But be careful, Harry. Not everyone will understand. Not everyone will approve. Harry squeezed her hand. I know. But I trust them. They've been with me through everything. They'll be with me through this too. Fleur smiled, a sad, beautiful smile. I hope you are right, Harry. I truly do. She leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. The touch sent a spark of magic through both of them, and Harry felt the bond pulse in response. I will see you soon, she whispered. And then she was gone, disappearing into the castle as if she had never been there. Harry stood alone in the courtyard, the bond pulsing in his chest, the magic humming beneath his skin. He had a purpose now. He had a destiny. And he had a partner who would stand by him through anything. The promised guardian had awakened. And nothing would ever be the same. As the sun rose over Hogwarts, casting golden light across the castle's ancient stones, Harry Potter felt something he had never felt before: peace. Not the peace of victory or the peace of escape, but the peace of knowing that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The Veela bloodline had awakened in him. The bond with Fleur was growing stronger every moment. And the ancient magic that had slept for 7 centuries was finally, blessedly, alive. Harry touched the golden spiral on his chest, feeling it pulse with warmth. Somewhere in the castle, Fleur was feeling the same thing. The bond connected them, tied them together, made them something more than they could be alone. Together, Harry whispered to himself. That's what matters. Together. He turned and made his way into the castle, ready to face whatever came next. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers and challenges that he couldn't even imagine. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was ready. He had the bond. He had Fleur. And he had a destiny that was entirely his own. The promised guardian had awakened. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 3: The Veela Council Awakens. The French countryside sprawled beneath a blanket of morning mist, its rolling hills and ancient forests hiding secrets that had remained buried for centuries. High in the Pyrenees Mountains, where the air grew thin and the snow never fully melted, a fortress of impossible architecture clung to the cliff face like a jewel set in stone. Its towers spiraled toward the heavens, their surfaces shimmering with magic that bent light and perception, rendering the entire structure invisible to anyone who wasn't meant to find it. This was the heart of Veela civilization, the seat of the Veela Council, where the oldest and most powerful of their kind gathered to guide their people through the ages. And on this particular morning, that heart was beating faster than it had in 700 years. The Grand Chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows that had never known artificial light. Ancient runes covered every surface, pulsing with a gentle golden glow that seemed to breathe in rhythm with the magic of the Veela themselves. At the center of the chamber stood a circular table carved from a single piece of moonstone, its surface rippling with images that shifted and changed like water. Around that table sat 12 Veela elders, their silver hair flowing like liquid starlight, their eyes gleaming with the weight of centuries. They were the oldest of their kind, the wisest, the most powerful. They had guided the Veela through wars and famines, through persecutions and exiles. They had preserved their people's culture and magic when everything else had been stripped away. And now they were afraid. "Report," said the elder at the head of the table, her voice sharp as cut glass. "What have you sensed, Celeste?" The Veela named Celeste rose from her seat, her movements fluid and graceful despite her advanced age. She was tall and slender, with high cheekbones and eyes that seemed to hold entire galaxies within their depths. Her robes were pure white, embroidered with golden thread that traced the same spiral pattern that now marked Harry's chest. "3 nights ago, I felt a disturbance in the ancient magic," Celeste said, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "It was small at first, a whisper barely perceptible, but it grew rapidly, spreading through the Veela network like fire through dry grass." The other elders leaned forward, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern. "The bond," one of them breathed. "It's been activated." Celeste nodded gravely. "Yes. The Guardian bond has awakened after 7 centuries of dormancy. The magic is real, and it is powerful. I felt it reaching across the continent, connecting to a Veela soul that I could not immediately identify." "Who?" the head elder demanded. "Which Veela has formed the bond? We must know immediately." Celeste raised a hand, and the images on the moonstone table shifted. They showed a young woman with silver hair, her face alight with joy and wonder as she stood beside a dark-haired boy in an ancient library. "Fleur Delacour," Celeste said, her voice tinged with both pride and concern. "The daughter of the Delacour line, one of the oldest and most respected families in our society. She has been chosen to bond with the new guardian." A murmur ran through the chamber. The Delacour name carried weight among the Veela, a lineage that traced back to the very founding of their civilization. That one of their own had been chosen for such a profound honor was both a blessing and a burden. "And the guardian?" the head elder asked. "Who is he?" Celeste's expression grew even more serious. "The guardian is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The chosen one of the wizarding world." Silence fell over the chamber. The elders exchanged glances, their ancient faces betraying a range of emotions: surprise, concern, and something that might have been hope. "The Harry Potter?" one of them asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The one who defeated the Dark Lord as an infant?" "The same," Celeste confirmed. "He is the descendant of Aldrich Potter, the first guardian. The bloodline has been dormant for 7 centuries, but it has finally awakened in him. The magic recognizes him as its rightful heir." The head elder rose from her seat, her movements heavy with the weight of her years. "This changes everything. The prophecies spoke of a guardian who would rise in the time of greatest darkness, who would unite the Veela and wizard kind against a common enemy. If Harry Potter is that guardian, then we must act," another elder interjected. "We must reach out to him, guide him, ensure that he fulfills his destiny. Or destroy him," said a voice from the shadows. The elders turned to see an elder who had remained silent until now. She was younger than the others, her silver hair streaked with black, her eyes burning with an intensity that bordered on fanaticism. Her name was Seraphine, and she had always been the most militant of the council. "Destroy him?" the head elder repeated, her voice sharp with disbelief. He is the promised guardian, Seraphine. How can you suggest such a thing? Seraphine stepped forward, her robes swirling around her like dark water. Because he is also a wizard, and wizards have always been our enemies. The prophecies speak of a guardian, yes, but they also speak of a choice, a decision that the guardian must make between the Veela and the wizarding world. If Harry Potter chooses to side with the wizards, he could destroy us all. He is bonded to Fleur Delacour, Celeste protested. The bond itself will guide him toward our side. The bond is not infallible, Seraphine countered. The bond can be broken. The guardian can be corrupted. We have seen it before, the fall of Aldrich Potter, the betrayal that led to the destruction of the guardian bloodline. History must not repeat itself. The head elder raised her hand, silencing the argument. Enough. We will not destroy the guardian before we have even met him. That is not the Veela way. We will send emissaries to Hogwarts, to observe and to guide. We will learn who Harry Potter truly is and what he means for our people. Seraphine's eyes blazed with barely contained fury. And if he proves to be a threat? The head elder met her gaze without flinching. Then we will deal with him accordingly. But not before we have given him every chance to prove himself worthy of the bond. The chamber fell silent once more. The elders had made their decision, and Seraphine knew better than to argue further. But the look in her eyes promised that she would not forget this conversation. Celeste, the head elder said, turning to the Veela who had first sensed the bond. You will lead the emissaries to Hogwarts. Take 2 others of your choosing. Observe the guardian, report back to us. And if necessary, provide whatever guidance he may need. Celeste bowed her head. It will be done, elder. The head elder turned to the rest of the council. The rest of you, prepare for what is to come. The awakening of the guardian is not a small event. The Veela world will feel its effects for generations. We must be ready for anything. The elders rose from their seats, their movements synchronized and graceful. They filed out of the grand chamber, leaving the head elder alone with her thoughts. Outside the fortress, the wind howled, and the snow continued to fall. But inside the ancient halls of the Veela Council, something had changed. After 700 years of waiting, the Guardian had finally awakened. And the Veela world would never be the same. Celeste chose her companions carefully. Alara was a gifted seer, her visions often providing crucial insights that others missed. Thierry was a warrior, his skills in combat unmatched among the Veela. Together they would form a team capable of navigating whatever challenges awaited them at Hogwarts. We must be subtle, Celeste instructed as they prepared for their journey. The Guardian does not yet understand the full weight of what has happened to him. We must observe first, guide second, and only intervene if absolutely necessary. Alara nodded, her silver eyes distant. I have seen glimpses of the Guardian in my visions. He is young, frightened, but determined. He will not be easily swayed. Frightened and determined are not a bad combination, Thierry observed, his voice calm and measured. It means he is aware of his limitations but willing to push past them. Celeste smiled grimly. I hope you are right, old friend. I truly do. The journey to Hogwarts was swift. The Veela were masters of magical travel, their abilities allowing them to cross vast distances in the blink of an eye. By the time the sun had reached its zenith, they were standing at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, invisible to the students and staff within. The magical protection is strong, Thierry observed. Dumbledore has clearly been expecting something. Or someone, Celeste replied. The headmaster is not ignorant of the ancient prophecies. He may have suspected that the Guardian would eventually awaken. They made their way toward the castle, their steps silent and purposeful. The wards around Hogwarts hummed with ancient magic, but Celeste's Veela heritage allowed her to slip through them effortlessly. The castle itself seemed to sense their presence, its walls shifting and groaning as if trying to determine whether they were friend or foe. The great hall was empty when they arrived. The students were in class, the professors occupied with their duties, leaving the vast space eerily silent. Celeste and her companions moved through it like ghosts, their eyes scanning for any sign of the Guardian. He's in the library, Elara announced, her voice distant. With the Delacour girl. Celeste nodded. Lead the way. They found Harry and Fleur in one of the library's hidden alcoves, surrounded by books and scrolls. They were sitting close together, their heads bent over an ancient text, and Celeste could see the bond pulsing between them, a golden thread of magic that connected their souls. Look at them, Thierry whispered, his voice filled with wonder. The bond is already so strong. They have only been together for a few days. The bond is ancient, Celeste replied. It does not adhere to the same rules as mortal relationships. It recognizes its own, and it grows accordingly. She stepped forward, allowing herself to become visible. Harry looked up, his eyes widening in surprise, and Celeste saw the magic flare in his chest, the golden runes blazing beneath his skin. Who are you? Harry demanded, his hand reaching for his wand. We are not your enemies, Harry Potter, Celeste said, her voice calm and soothing. We are emissaries from the Veela Council. We have come to help you. Harry's eyes narrowed, but Fleur placed a hand on his arm, calming him. They are who they say they are, she said softly. I recognize the markings on their robes. They are elders. Celeste inclined her head. I am Celeste, and these are my companions Elara and Thierry. We have sensed the awakening of the Guardian Bond and have come to offer our guidance. Harry relaxed slightly, though his hand remained near his wand. Guidance? What kind of guidance? Celeste moved closer, her eyes fixed on the bond between Harry and Fleur. You are a unique individual, Harry Potter. You carry within you the magic of the ancient guardians, magic that has not been seen in 700 years. You have the potential to become one of the most powerful beings in existence, but only if you learn to control what has been awakened. Harry shook his head. I don't know how to control it. I barely understand it. The dreams, the bond, the runes, none of it makes sense. The dreams are a gift, Celeste said. They are the magic's way of guiding you, showing you what you need to see. The bond is your anchor, your connection to the source of your power. And the runes are your birthright, a mark of who you truly are. Harry looked down at his hands, as if expecting to see the runes glowing there. I don't feel powerful. I feel confused. Lost. That is because you are still learning, Celeste said gently. Power does not come overnight. It comes through training, through discipline, through understanding. And we are here to help you achieve that understanding. Fleur stepped forward, her eyes blazing with protective fire. What do you want from Harry? The Council has never shown interest in the wizarding world before. Why now? Celeste met her gaze without flinching. Because the prophecies have been fulfilled. Because the Guardian has awakened. Because the darkness that threatens your world also threatens ours. We cannot afford to remain hidden any longer. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small crystal, which glowed with an inner light. This is a Veela communication stone. It will allow you to contact me at any time, day or night, no matter where you are in the world. When you are ready to learn, use it. Harry took the crystal, his fingers closing around its cool surface. Thank you, he said, his voice sincere. I appreciate your help. Celeste smiled. I will be watching you, Harry Potter. We all will. The Veela world has been waiting for the Guardian for 700 years. We will not let you fail. That night, Harry sat in his room, the crystal clutched in his hand. The bond was pulsing gently, a constant reminder of Fleur's presence somewhere in the castle. He could feel her emotions, a mix of concern, excitement, and something that felt almost like love. What is happening to me? He whispered to himself. Who am I becoming? The answer came in a dream. Harry stood in the grand chamber of the Veela Council, surrounded by the elders. Their eyes were fixed on him, their expressions unreadable, and he felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on him like a physical force. You have questions, a voice said, and Harry turned to see the head elder approaching him. We will answer them. Why me? Harry asked, the question that had been burning in his heart since the beginning. Why did the magic choose me? The elder smiled, and Harry felt a warmth spread through him. Because you are worthy, Harry. Because you have the heart of a guardian. But also because you are connected to something greater than yourself, a prophecy that has been waiting for you since before you were born. A prophecy, Harry repeated. What prophecy? The elder reached out and placed her hand on his chest, over the golden spiral. The prophecy of the promised guardian. It speaks of a boy born in the shadow of death, marked by a power that cannot be denied. It speaks of a bond that will unite the Veela and wizard kind, and a battle that will determine the fate of all magical beings. Harry felt the magic surge beneath his skin, responding to her words. What must I do? You must learn, the elder said. You must train. You must embrace the bond and all that it entails. And when the time comes, you must stand against the darkness and fight. The dream faded, and Harry woke to find himself lying in his bed, the crystal still clutched in his hand. The bond was pulsing strongly now, a warm glow in his chest. I will be ready, he said aloud. Whatever it takes, I will be ready. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Celeste and her companions remained at Hogwarts, their presence known only to Harry and Fleur. They trained Harry in the basics of guardian magic, teaching him to summon the golden soul fire, to weave protective shields, to channel his emotions into his power. Harry learned quickly, his natural talent for magic amplified by the bond. He could feel himself growing stronger with each passing day, the ancient magic awakening and stretching inside him like a sleeping giant stirring from its slumber. There is something I must tell you, Celeste said one afternoon, her expression serious. The Veela Council has a specific interest in you, beyond the prophecies. Harry looked up from his training, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? Celeste hesitated. There are factions within the council who do not trust you. They believe that because you are a wizard, you will ultimately betray the Veela. They have been pushing for aggressive measures to ensure your compliance. Harry's heart sank. What kind of measures? I will not lie to you, Harry. Some wish to control you. Others wish to destroy you before you can become a threat. I have been able to hold them off for now, but as your power grows, so will their fear. Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. Great. Just what I needed. More people wanting to kill me. Celeste placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch gentle. You are not alone in this, Harry. Fleur is with you, and so am I. The Veela world is not united against you. Many of us believe in the prophecies and trust that you will fulfill them. Harry nodded, trying to absorb her words. What do I need to do? Be careful, Celeste said. Trust no one completely. Not even me. The path of the Guardian is filled with betrayals and deceptions. Only your bond with Fleur is truly safe. The days passed, and Harry's training continued. He learned to summon the soulfire with a thought, to create shields that could withstand almost any attack, to use his emotions as a source of power. He could feel the magic growing inside him, the ancient power becoming a part of who he was. But with the power came responsibility. One night, as Harry was practicing his defensive spells, he felt a presence in the room with him. He spun around, his wand raised, and found himself facing a hooded figure whose face was hidden in shadow. Who are you? Harry demanded, his voice sharp. The figure laughed, a cold, cruel sound that made Harry's skin crawl. You don't recognize me, Harry? I'm surprised. After all we've been through? Harry's heart stopped. You're dead. I am, the figure agreed. But that doesn't mean I can't haunt you. The figure stepped forward, and the shadows fell away to reveal the face of Lord Voldemort, snake-like, pale, with red eyes that burned with hatred. You think you can escape your destiny, Harry? Voldemort hissed. You think the Veela magic will save you? I have seen the prophecies. I know what you are becoming. And I will stop you. Harry raised his wand, the soul fire already blazing on his fingertips. You can try. Voldemort laughed again. I am already trying, Harry. Did you think I was idle while you played with your Veela friends? I have been preparing. I have been gathering allies. And when I return, I will destroy everything you love." The figure dissolved into mist, and Harry was left alone in the darkness, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached for the bond, feeling Fleur's presence warm and reassuring. She was asleep, her emotions peaceful, and Harry took comfort in that. "I'll protect you," he whispered into the darkness. "I'll protect all of you." But even as he said the words, he knew they weren't enough. The darkness was coming, and it was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. The next morning, Harry found Fleur in the library, her head bent over a book. She looked up as he approached, her eyes immediately filled with concern. "Harry, what is wrong? You look like you have not slept." Harry sat down beside her, his body heavy with exhaustion. "I had another dream. Voldemort was there. He knows about the bond, about the prophecies. He's planning something." Fleur reached out and took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "We will face him together, Harry. That is what the bond is for." Harry shook his head. "This isn't just about me anymore, Fleur. It's about everyone. The Veela, the wizards, everyone. If Voldemort succeeds—" "He will not," Fleur said firmly. "Because we will not let him." Harry looked into her eyes, seeing the strength and determination there. "You really believe that?" Fleur smiled. "I believe in you, Harry. That is enough." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back, not wanting to show weakness, but the bond betrayed him. Fleur felt his emotions through their connection, her expression softening with understanding. "You do not need to be strong all the time," she said gently. "I am here for you, Harry. Always." Harry leaned into her, resting his head on her shoulder. The bond pulsed between them, a warm glow in his chest, and for the first time in days, he allowed himself to feel safe. "We'll figure this out," he said softly. "Together." "Together," Fleur agreed. They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other in the quiet of the library, the bond glowing gently between them. And somewhere in the distance, the Veela Council watched and waited, their fate tied to the two young people who had become the hope of their people. The promised guardian had awakened, and the Veela world was holding its breath. What came next would determine the future of everyone they loved. Chapter 4 Dumbledore Learns the Truth. The morning light crept through the high windows of the Hogwarts library, casting pale golden rectangles across the worn wooden tables. Dust motes danced in the beams like tiny stars, and the scent of old parchment and fading magic hung heavy in the air. Harry sat alone in the farthest corner, surrounded by a fortress of books that Hermione had painstakingly gathered over the past 3 days. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep, his hair more disheveled than usual, and the golden spiral on his chest pulsed with a warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. 3 days since the Veela Council had sent their emissaries. 3 days of training, of secrets, of feeling the ancient magic grow stronger inside him. 3 days of pretending that everything was normal when nothing would ever be normal again. Fleur was beside him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. She had been his constant companion since the emissaries arrived, her presence a balm to his frayed nerves. The bond between them hummed with quiet contentment, a shared peace that Harry had never known was possible. "Are you ready?" Fleur asked softly, her French accent wrapping around the words like silk. Harry shook his head. "I don't think I'll ever be ready. But Dumbledore said it was important. He needs to know the truth." Fleur squeezed his arm. "Then we tell him the truth. Together." They made their way through the winding corridors of Hogwarts, past the portraits that whispered and pointed, past the suits of armor that shifted to watch them pass. The castle seemed to hold its breath, as if it too sensed the gravity of what was about to happen. Dumbledore's office was warm and cluttered, filled with the familiar whir of silver instruments and the soft snores of the portraits on the walls. The headmaster sat behind his massive desk, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. But Harry had known him long enough to see the tension beneath the calm facade. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, rising to greet them. "And Miss Delacour. Please sit." Harry and Fleur took the seats across from Dumbledore's desk, their hands still intertwined. The bond pulsed between them, a visible shimmer of golden light that Harry knew Dumbledore could see. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore continued, settling back into his chair. "I've been watching the two of you closely over the past few days, and I must confess I've been quite curious about what transpired between you." Harry took a deep breath. "I think you already know, sir. About the bond. About the Veela Guardian. About the prophecies." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes, recognition, perhaps, or the satisfaction of a theory confirmed. "I suspected, of course. But I wanted to hear it from you. It's always better to know the truth than to guess at it." Harry told him everything. He spoke of the dreams, of Aldrich Potter and the Veela Queen, of the hidden sanctuary and the keeper with her ancient wisdom. He spoke of the bond with Fleur, the magic that had awakened inside him, the power that he still struggled to understand. And he spoke of the Veela Council, their emissaries, and their divided opinions on whether he was a savior or a threat. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His fingers were steepled beneath his chin, his eyes distant and thoughtful. The only sound was the gentle ticking of the instruments on his desk. 700 years, Dumbledore finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The Guardian bloodline has been dormant for 700 years, and it chooses now to awaken. In you of all people." Harry nodded grimly. "I know. The timing seems too convenient. Almost like something planned it." "Oh, I think something did plan it," Dumbledore said, a strange smile playing at his lips. "I think the ancient magic knew exactly what it was doing when it chose you. The prophecies are never wrong, Harry. They may be misinterpreted, they may be misunderstood, but they are never wrong." Fleur leaned forward, her eyes sharp. "You know about the prophecies, Headmaster? The Veela prophecies?" Dumbledore reached into his desk and withdrew a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age and its binding cracked with centuries of use. "I know more than most, I suspect. I have spent a great deal of time studying the ancient magical bloodlines, particularly the ones that have been thought extinct. The Potters, the Delacours, the ancient Veela lineages, they have always fascinated me." He opened the book to a marked page, revealing an illustration that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. It showed the same golden spiral that marked his chest, surrounded by runes that seemed to shift and dance as he watched. "This symbol," Dumbledore said, tapping the page, "is the mark of the Veela Guardian. It has appeared in ancient texts for thousands of years, always associated with prophecies of a great protector who would rise in the time of greatest darkness. But the symbol disappeared from all records 7 centuries ago, when the last Guardian died. Until now," Harry said. "Until now," Dumbledore agreed. "When the symbol appeared on your skin during the first task, I knew something significant had happened. But I didn't fully understand the implications until I began researching the Delacour bloodline." Fleur stiffened. "My bloodline? Specifically your grandmother's bloodline," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "Madame Delacour, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the oldest living Veela in Europe. Her line traces back to the very origins of the Veela civilization, to the first bond that was ever formed between a Veela and a Guardian." Fleur's hand tightened on Harry's. "I knew my grandmother was important, but I never realized." "Most Veela don't," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "The knowledge has been suppressed for centuries, buried beneath layers of fear and persecution. But the truth remains, your bloodline is one of the few that can form the Guardian bond. It's why you were chosen, Fleur. It's why the magic responded to you." Harry felt the bond pulse between them, a warm affirmation of Dumbledore's words. "What does this mean for us? For the Veela? For the war?" Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his expression growing serious. "It means that everything has changed, Harry. The Guardian bond is not just a magical connection, it is a responsibility, a duty, a burden. It means that you are now the protector of the Veela people, and that your fight against Voldemort is no longer just a personal vendetta. It is a war that could determine the fate of all magical beings. Harry felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. I know. The Veela Council told me the same thing. They're afraid of what I might become. They have every right to be afraid, Dumbledore said, his voice grave. The guardian magic is incredibly powerful, but it is also incredibly dangerous. If it is corrupted, if it falls into the wrong hands, it could be used to destroy everything the Veela have built over the centuries. I won't let that happen, Harry said fiercely. I'll die before I let anyone use this magic for evil. Dumbledore smiled, a warm, genuine smile that reached his eyes. I know you will, Harry. That's exactly why the magic chose you. He rose from his seat and moved to the window, his gaze fixed on the grounds below. The sun was rising higher now, casting long shadows across the Quidditch pitch. Students were beginning to emerge from the castle, their voices carrying faintly on the morning breeze. There is more I need to tell you, Dumbledore said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. About your parents, about your lineage, about the secrets that have been kept from you for so long. Harry felt his heart race. My parents? What about them? Dumbledore turned to face him, his expression unreadable. Your mother, Lily, was a remarkable woman. I've told you that before. But what I never told you, what I never thought I would need to tell you, is that she was descended from the Veela Guardian bloodline. The same bloodline that traces back to Aldrich Potter. Harry's mind reeled. My mother was a Veela? But that's impossible. She was Muggle-born. She was Muggle-born, Dumbledore agreed. But the Veela bloodline doesn't always manifest physically. It often lies dormant for generations, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Your mother carried the magic, even if she never knew it. And when she fell in love with your father, a descendant of Aldrich Potter's brother, the bloodlines combined, creating the perfect vessel for the guardian magic. Harry's hands were trembling. So I was always meant to become the guardian. It was never a choice? Everything is a choice, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. The magic chose you because you were worthy, not because you were destined. There is a difference, even if it seems subtle. Fleur placed her hand on Harry's cheek, turning his face toward her. Harry, look at me. You are not a slave to fate. You have always made your own choices, and you always will. The bond may have awakened because of our connection, but we choose to honor it. We choose to be together. That is what matters. Harry felt the warmth of her touch, the steady pulse of the bond between them. She was right. He had always made his own choices, and he would continue to make them. Nothing had changed that. I'm sorry, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I never expected any of this. I thought I knew who I was. Now I don't know anything. Dumbledore moved back to his desk, his eyes soft with sympathy. That is the nature of discovery, Harry. We often find that the world is far more complex than we ever imagined. But that complexity is also what makes it beautiful. You have been given a gift, my boy, a gift that could change the world. Embrace it, and you will find that the answers come more easily than you expect. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. Thank you, Professor. For everything. Dumbledore smiled. You are most welcome, Harry. Now, I believe there is something else we should discuss. Something that Miss Delacour mentioned earlier. Harry and Fleur exchanged a glance. What is it? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew serious once more. The Veela Council. You said they are divided over whether to help you or oppose you. I need you to tell me everything you know about them, their leaders, their factions, their true intentions. Harry took a deep breath and began to speak. He told Dumbledore about Celeste and her companions, about Seraphine and her militant faction, about the head elder who seemed to be holding everything together. He spoke of the prophecies that foretold his rise, and the fears that the Veela harbored about the wizarding world. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. This is more serious than I thought, he finally said. The Veela Council is not just divided, they are on the brink of civil war. If they cannot agree on how to handle your awakening, they may tear themselves apart. What can we do? Harry asked, his voice urgent. We can't let that happen. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his robes swirling around him. We can do nothing, Harry. Not directly. But there is someone who might be able to help. Someone who understands the Veela better than anyone I know. Who? Harry asked, his heart racing. Dumbledore smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes. An old friend of mine. A woman who has lived among the Veela for longer than most of them have been alive. She knows their secrets, their politics, their fears. And she may be the key to uniting them. Harry leaned forward, his eyes bright with hope. Where can I find her? She will find you, Dumbledore said. I have already sent word. She should arrive at Hogwarts within the week. The week passed slowly, each day stretching into an eternity of waiting. Harry went through his classes mechanically, his mind elsewhere, while Fleur remained at his side like a guardian angel. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing hour, their connection deepening in ways that Harry couldn't fully understand. On the fourth day, a strange woman arrived at Hogwarts. She was old, impossibly old, with wrinkles that mapped the centuries and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Her hair was pure white, cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, and her robes were woven from threads that shimmered with an inner light. She walked with a staff that was gnarled and ancient, and her presence seemed to bend the very air around her. Harry met her in Dumbledore's office, Fleur at his side. The woman studied him for a long moment, her eyes piercing through his defenses, seeing straight into his soul. So, she said, her voice a dry whisper, you are the promised guardian. You are smaller than I expected. Harry blinked, caught off guard. I'm sorry? The woman laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a storm. Don't be sorry, child. I am merely speaking the truth. The last guardian was a giant of a man, towering over even the tallest Veela. You are rather underwhelming in comparison. Harry felt his cheeks flush, but before he could respond, the woman's expression softened. But size is not everything. The ancient magic does not care about physical stature. It cares about the heart. And I can see that your heart is true. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest, directly over the golden spiral. Harry felt a surge of warmth, and the runes blazed to life beneath his skin. Ah, the woman breathed, her eyes widening. The bond is strong. Stronger than I expected. You and the Delacour girl have formed a connection that will only grow with time. Fleur stepped forward, her voice sharp with concern. What do you want with Harry? Who are you? The woman smiled, revealing teeth that were yellowed with age. I am Vivian, child. I have been a friend to the Veela for 700 years, and a friend to the Guardians for even longer. I have watched the bloodlines fade and return, and I have seen the prophecies unfold with my own eyes. I am here to help. Help how? Harry asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Vivian's eyes glowed with ancient power. I am here to teach you, Harry Potter. To show you the true nature of the guardian magic. To prepare you for what is to come. She raised her staff, and the room dissolved around them. Harry found himself standing in a vast desert, the sun blazing overhead, the sand stretching to the horizon. Where are we? He asked, his voice filled with wonder. The first trial, Vivian said, her voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere. To become a guardian, you must pass through the trials of the ancient magic. You must prove yourself worthy. Harry looked around, his heart racing. What do I have to do? The first trial is simple, Vivian said. You must find the source of the magic within yourself. You must connect to the bond and let it guide you. Only then will you find the way forward. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the bond with Fleur. He could feel her presence, warm and steady, a beacon in the darkness of his mind. He followed the thread of their connection, letting it pull him forward. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in runes that pulsed with golden light. Vivian was waiting for him in the center, her staff planted firmly in the sand. Excellent, she said, her voice filled with approval. You have passed the first trial. The bond is strong, and you have learned to trust it. Harry felt a surge of relief. What's next? Vivian smiled. The second trial. But that is for another day. For now you need rest. The desert dissolved, and Harry found himself back in Dumbledore's office, Fleur's hand still clasped in his. Vivian was gone, leaving only a faint scent of desert air and ancient magic. What happened? Fleur asked, her eyes wide. Where did you go? I don't know, Harry admitted. Some kind of trial. She said I passed? Fleur pulled him into a tight embrace, her heart beating against his chest. I was so worried. You disappeared for hours. Hours? Harry repeated, looking at Dumbledore in confusion. The headmaster nodded gravely. Indeed. While Vivian tested you, you were in a trance. We could not reach you. Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. That's terrifying. I didn't even know what was happening. Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. The trials are designed to test your mind and spirit. They are not meant to be easy. But Vivian is the best teacher you could ask for. She has guided many guardians before you. Many? Harry asked, his eyebrows rising. I thought I was the first in 7 centuries. Vivian's methods are unorthodox, Dumbledore said, a smile playing at his lips. I have learned not to question them. She will return when you are ready for the next trial. In the meantime, I suggest you rest. The next few days were a blur of training and preparation. Harry spent every spare moment practicing his guardian magic, working with Fleur to strengthen their bond, and studying the ancient texts that Vivian had left behind. The trials continued, each one more challenging than the last. Harry faced illusions of his darkest fears, fought battles against phantom enemies, and delved into the deepest corners of his own soul. Each trial pushed him to his limits, but each trial also made him stronger. By the end of the second week, Harry had changed. He was more confident, more powerful, more in control of the ancient magic that had awakened inside him. The golden runes on his skin had become brighter, more distinct, and he could feel the power of the Veela people flowing through his veins. Your progress is remarkable, Vivian said one afternoon, watching as Harry practiced his defensive spells. I have not seen a guardian learn so quickly in centuries. Harry smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have good teachers. Vivian nodded, a rare smile appearing on her ancient face. You do. But you are also a natural. The magic recognizes you as its own, and it responds to your will. That is a rare gift, Harry. Harry felt the warmth of her approval spread through him. Thank you, Vivian. She reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. The trials are almost complete. Soon you will be ready for the final step. Final step? Harry repeated, his heart racing. What final step? Vivian's eyes grew serious. The binding ceremony. You and Fleur must fully commit to the bond. It is the only way to unlock the full power of the guardian magic. Harry felt his cheeks flush. Binding ceremony? It is not what you think, Vivian said, a hint of amusement in her voice. The bonding ceremony is a ritual of commitment, not a wedding. You will pledge to protect the Veela people, and Fleur will pledge to stand by your side. The magic will seal your bond, and together you will become one. Harry nodded slowly, his mind racing. When? Tomorrow, Vivian said. I will prepare the ceremony. You will meet me at the sanctuary at midnight. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with thoughts of the binding ceremony, the Veela Council, and everything that awaited him. He tossed and turned in his bed, his body exhausted but his mind refusing to rest. The bond pulsed in his chest, a constant reminder of Fleur's presence. She was awake too, he could feel it, her emotions a mix of anticipation and nervousness, mirroring his own. He reached out to her through the bond, a gentle touch of his consciousness against hers. Asterisk. Fleur? Asterisk. Airy, she responded, her voice warm and familiar in his mind. Asterisk. You cannot sleep either? Asterisk. Asterisk. No. There's too much to think about. Asterisk. The binding ceremony, she said, and he felt her nervousness spike. Asterisk. I am afraid, Harry. Not of you, never of you, but of what it means. Once the bond is sealed, there is no going back. Asterisk. Harry felt a surge of emotion, love, determination, and an unshakable sense of certainty. Asterisk. I don't want to go back, Fleur. I want to be with you. I want to protect you. That's all I've ever wanted, even before I knew about the bond. Asterisk. There was a moment of silence, and then Harry felt warmth flood through their connection, love, pure and unconditional, flowing from Fleur to him. I feel the same, she whispered. Asterisk. I have felt it since the moment I kissed you in the arena. I do not know what the future holds, but I know that I want to face it with you. Asterisk. Then we will, Harry said, his voice trembling with emotion. Asterisk. Together. Asterisk. Together, she agreed. They fell silent, their minds entwined through the bond, their hearts beating as one. Harry felt a sense of peace wash over him, a calm that had been eluding him for weeks. He was finally ready. Whatever came next, he and Fleur would face it together. The promised guardian had awakened. And he would protect his people, no matter the cost. Chapter 5 Fleur's heart refuses to let go. The morning of the binding ceremony dawned grey and misty, the Scottish Highlands shrouded in a blanket of fog that seemed to swallow the castle whole. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory, staring out at the obscured grounds, his reflection ghostly in the glass. The golden spiral on his chest pulsed with a warmth that had become as natural as breathing, and the bond with Fleur hummed gently in the background of his consciousness, a constant, reassuring presence. He hadn't slept. The anticipation of the ceremony had kept him awake, his mind racing with questions and fears that refused to be silenced. What would the binding mean for him? For Fleur? For the future that stretched out before them like an unknown road? A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Harry said, his voice rough with exhaustion. The door opened to reveal Ron, his red hair disheveled and his eyes still heavy with sleep. He was wearing his pajamas, a testament to the early hour, and he looked at Harry with an expression of concern. Mate, you've been staring out that window for hours, Ron said, moving to stand beside him. Hermione's been worried. She sent me to check on you. Harry managed a weak smile. I'm fine, Ron. Just thinking. About the ceremony? Ron asked, his voice unusually gentle. I heard you and Fleur are doing some kind of bonding thing tonight. Is that true? Harry nodded, his gaze still fixed on the fog-shrouded grounds. It's the final step. Vivian said it's the only way to unlock the full power of the guardian magic. Ron was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. You really trust her? Vivian, I mean. She's been popping in and out of Dumbledore's office like a ghost, and half the time no one even knows she's here. She's helped me, Harry said, turning to face his friend. She's trained me, taught me things I never would have learned on my own. I don't think she's dangerous. I'm not saying she's dangerous, Brown said quickly. I'm just saying, be careful, mate. You've been through a lot. I don't want you getting hurt. Harry felt a surge of warmth for his best friend. Thanks, Ron. I'll be careful. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, his grin returning. Good. Now come on. Hermione's probably already in the library, and she'll hex us both if we're late for breakfast. The great hall was already buzzing with activity when Harry and Ron arrived. Students were clustered around the tables, their voices a low hum of conversation punctuated by the clatter of cutlery and the occasional burst of laughter. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of Fleur. She was there, sitting with Gabrielle at the Ravenclaw table, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. She looked up as if sensing his gaze, and their eyes met across the room. The bond pulsed between them, a warm glow that seemed to light up the entire hall. Harry! Hermione's voice cut through his reverie. There you are. I was starting to think you'd overslept. Harry tore his gaze away from Fleur, forcing a smile. Couldn't sleep. Too much on my mind. Hermione's expression softened. I understand. The binding ceremony is a big deal. I've been researching it in the library. There's actually quite a lot of information about it in some of the older texts. Really? Harry asked, sliding into his seat. Like what? Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright with excitement. The binding ceremony is one of the oldest Veela traditions. It's not just a formal commitment, it's a magical ritual that intertwines the souls of the bonded pair. Once it's done, you and Fleur will be connected on a level that most people can't even imagine. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. That sounds intense. It is, Hermione agreed. But it's also beautiful. The texts describe it as a merging of two souls, a union that makes the bonded pair stronger together than they could ever be apart. Ron made a face. Sounds a bit too romantic for my taste. I prefer a good old-fashioned Quidditch match. Harry laughed, the tension in his shoulders easing. You would, Ron? You always do. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and whispered conversations. Harry could barely focus on his lessons, his mind constantly drifting to the ceremony that awaited him. The bond with Fleur was pulsing in his chest like a second heartbeat, a constant reminder of the connection they shared. By the time evening arrived, Harry's nerves were stretched to their breaking point. He met Fleur in the courtyard, their usual meeting place, and they stood together in the fading light, their hands intertwined. Are you ready, Harry? Fleur asked, her voice soft and trembling. Harry squeezed her hand. I'm ready. Are you? Fleur smiled, a brilliant smile that lit up her entire face. I have been ready since the moment I kissed you in the arena. I just did not know it. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I love you, Fleur. I don't know how it happened so quickly, but I love you. Fleur reached up and cupped his cheek, her thumb brushing away a tear that had escaped. I love you too, Harry. And I will love you forever. No matter what happens. They stood like that for a long moment, their foreheads touching, their breath mingling in the cool evening air. The bond pulsed between them, a warm glow that seemed to embrace them both. We should go, Harry said finally, his voice thick with emotion. Vivian will be waiting. Fleur nodded, and together they made their way to the edge of the Black Lake. Vivian was waiting for them there, her staff planted firmly in the ground, her ancient eyes gleaming with approval. You have come, she said, her voice a dry whisper. Good. The ceremony is ready. She raised her staff, and a portal opened in the air before them, a shimmering gateway that led to the Veela sanctuary. Harry and Fleur stepped through together, hand in hand, and found themselves standing in the great hall where Harry had first met the keeper. The hall was transformed. Thousands of candles floated in the air, their flames casting dancing shadows on the ancient walls. The Veela were gathered in a circle around the center of the hall, their silver hair gleaming in the candlelight, their eyes fixed on Harry and Fleur. At the center of the circle stood the keeper, her staff raised, her yellow teeth bared in a smile. Welcome, promised guardian, she said, her voice echoing in the vast space. Welcome, bonded one. Tonight you will become what you were always meant to be. Harry and Fleur moved to the center of the circle, their hands still clasped together. The keeper raised her staff, and the candles flared brighter, casting the hall in a golden glow. The binding ceremony is ancient, the keeper intoned, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. It is a union of souls, a merging of magic, a pledge of eternal commitment. Once the bond is sealed, there is no going back. Are you prepared for this? Harry looked at Fleur, seeing his own emotions reflected in her eyes. Love, determination, and a fierce, unshakable hope. We are prepared, he said, his voice steady. The keeper nodded, and the Veela began to chant. Their voices rose in unison, a haunting melody that seemed to vibrate in the very air. Harry felt the ancient magic rise around them, swirling and pulsing like a living thing. Fleur turned to face him, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Harry, I know, Harry said, cutting her off. I feel it too. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was soft and gentle at first, a whisper of contact that sent sparks of magic cascading through his body. Then the bond flared, and Harry felt the world dissolve around them. They were standing in a void of golden light, surrounded by nothing but the warmth of their connection. Fleur's arms were wrapped around his neck, her body pressed against his, and Harry could feel her soul intertwining with his, two halves becoming a whole. This is it, Fleur whispered against his lips. This is the moment. Harry pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. The magic surged around them, golden tendrils of light winding around their bodies, binding them together in ways that could never be undone. When they finally broke apart, Harry felt different. The bond was no longer just a connection, it was a part of him, as natural and essential as breathing. He could feel Fleur's emotions as clearly as his own, her thoughts brushing against his like gentle waves. It's done, he said, his voice filled with wonder. Fleur smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, Harry. It is done. They turned to face the gathered Veela, their hands still clasped together. The keeper raised her staff, and a cheer erupted from the crowd, a sound of pure joy that seemed to shake the very foundations of the hall. The bond is sealed, the keeper announced, her voice carrying over the noise. The guardian and his bonded are one. May their union bring peace to the Veela people, and may their love shine as a beacon of hope for all. The weeks that followed were a time of discovery. Harry and Fleur explored the depths of their new connection, learning to navigate the shared emotions, thoughts, and sensations that came with the sealed bond. It was strange and overwhelming at times, but it was also beautiful. Fleur discovered things about herself that she had never known. The bond with Harry had awakened something deep within her, an ancient instinct that she had always suspected existed but never fully understood. She was fiercely protective of him, her Veela nature urging her to shield him from any threat, no matter how small. And Harry was different too. The guardian magic had settled into his bones, becoming a part of who he was. He could feel the Veela people now, their hopes and fears, their joys and sorrows. They were his to protect, his to guide, his to love. Do you ever regret it? Harry asked one night, as they sat together by the Black Lake. The bond, I mean. Do you ever wish you could go back to the way things were before? Fleur turned to look at him, her silver eyes soft in the moonlight. Never, Harry. I would choose this 1,000 times over. I would choose you 1,000 times over. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. I love you, Fleur. I know, Fleur said, a smile playing at her lips. I can feel it. They sat in comfortable silence, their shoulders touching, their hearts beating in unison. The bond pulsed between them, a gentle rhythm that mirrored the lapping of the waves against the shore. There is something I have been meaning to tell you, Fleur said finally, her voice dropping to a whisper. About the bond, and what it means for us. Harry turned to her, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? Fleur took a deep breath. The bond is not just a connection of magic, Harry. It is a connection of fate. The Veela believe that when a guardian bonds with a Veela, they are destined to be together forever. Through all lifetimes, through all journeys, through all trials. We are meant to be together. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Meant to be? Like soulmates? Exactly like that, Fleur confirmed. You are my soulmate, Harry. And I am yours. That is what the bond means. Harry reached out and took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. I think I've known that since the moment I saw you in the arena. I just didn't have the words for it. Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant smile that lit up her entire face. I have always known it, Harry. Even before the bond awakened, I felt something for you. Something that I could not explain. Harry pulled her into a kiss, soft and sweet, and felt the bond pulse in response. It was a moment of perfect connection, of complete understanding. When they broke apart, Harry rested his forehead against hers. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Together. But not everyone was happy for them. Seraphine, the militant elder from the Veela Council, had been watching the bond's progress with growing alarm. She had always believed that the Guardian was a threat to the Veela, and the binding ceremony had only confirmed her fears. "He is becoming too powerful," Seraphine hissed, addressing a group of Veela who had gathered in a secret chamber beneath the council fortress. "The bond is strengthening him, and soon he will be unstoppable. We must act now, before it is too late." The Veela in the chamber murmured their agreement. They were the ones who had always distrusted the wizarding world, who had seen the persecution of their people firsthand. They did not trust Harry Potter, no matter what the prophecies said. "What do you propose?" one of them asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. Seraphine smiled, a cold, predatory expression. "We will find a way to break the bond. It is ancient magic, yes, but all magic has its weaknesses. If we can sever the connection between the Guardian and his bonded, he will lose his power. He will be vulnerable. But Fleur Delacour is one of us," another Veela protested. "We cannot harm her." "We will not harm her," Seraphine said smoothly. "We will simply free her. The bond is unnatural, a violation of her free will. Once it is broken, she will thank us." The Veela in the chamber fell silent, weighing her words. Seraphine's plan was dangerous, but it was also bold. If it succeeded, it would change everything. "We will wait," Seraphine said finally. "We will watch, and we will wait. And when the moment is right, we will strike." Back at Hogwarts, Harry and Fleur were blissfully unaware of the threat that was gathering against them. They spent their days training and their nights exploring the depths of their bond, growing closer with each passing moment. But Harry began to notice something strange. The Veela in the castle were watching him differently, not with reverence, but with suspicion. He could feel their eyes on him as he walked through the halls, their whispers following him like a shadow. "What is happening?" he asked Fleur one evening, his voice filled with concern. "The Veela in the castle. They're acting differently." Fleur's expression grew troubled. "I have noticed it too, Harry. It is as if they are afraid of us." "Afraid of the bond?" Harry asked. "But why? It's supposed to be a good thing." Fleur shook her head. "Not everyone believes that, Harry. There are those who see the bond as a threat, who fear that you will use your power to control the Veela instead of protect them." Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. "Seraphine. She's spreading her poison." "It is possible," Fleur admitted. "The elders are divided, and Seraphine's faction is growing stronger. They may try to do something desperate." Harry reached out and took her hand, his fingers interlacing with hers. "Then we'll be ready. Whatever they try, we'll face it together." Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Together. The following week, Harry and Fleur were called to the Veela sanctuary. The keeper was waiting for them in the great hall, her expression grave. "There is trouble," the keeper said, her voice heavy with concern. "Seraphine has been meeting with other Veela, whispering her poison. She is planning something that could threaten the bond." Harry felt a surge of anger. "What is she planning?" The keeper shook her head. "I do not know the details. But I know that she is desperate. She has always been afraid of the Guardian, and her fear has grown into a fever. She will stop at nothing to destroy you." Fleur stepped forward, her eyes blazing with protective fire. "She will not hurt Harry. I will not allow it." The keeper smiled, a sad, ancient smile. "I know you will not, child. That is why the bond chose you. Your love is the Guardian's greatest protection. As long as it remains strong, Seraphine cannot truly harm him." Harry and Fleur exchanged a glance, their bond pulsing with shared determination. "We won't let her win," Harry said. "Whatever she tries, we'll stop her." The keeper nodded, her expression softening. "I believe. You will, Harry. I believe you will." That night, Harry and Fleur walked together through the castle gardens, their hands intertwined. The moon was full and bright, casting silver light across the flowers and trees. The bond pulsed between them, a warm, constant presence. Harry, Fleur said, her voice soft. I need to tell you something. Harry turned to her, his heart racing. What is it? Fleur stopped walking, turning to face him fully. I have been doing some research of my own, in the Veela archives. About the bond and what it means for us. And? Harry prompted, his curiosity piqued. Fleur took a deep breath. The bond does not just connect us, Harry. It also makes us stronger together. Our magic is intertwined, and when we fight together, we are almost unstoppable. But there is a cost. Harry felt a knot form in his stomach. What cost? Fleur's eyes filled with tears. If one of us dies, the other will not survive. The bond is too strong. The loss would be unbearable. Harry felt the world tilt around him. You mean, if I die, you die too? Fleur nodded, her voice barely a whisper. And if I die, you will not survive either. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her as tightly as he could. Then we won't die. We'll protect each other. No matter what. Fleur buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking through his robes. I am afraid, Harry. I did not know how much I could love someone until I met you. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Harry pressed a kiss to the top of her head. You won't lose me, Fleur. I promise. We'll find a way through this together. They stood in the moonlight, wrapped in each other's arms, the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. And despite the fear and uncertainty that lay ahead, Harry felt a sense of peace that he had never known before. He was not alone. He had Fleur. He had the bond. He had a love that was stronger than any magic. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And nothing, not Seraphine, not Voldemort, not all the darkness in the world, could tear them apart. Chapter 6 Voldemort discovers the prophecy. The Riddle House sat brooding on the hill above Little Hangleton, its skeletal frame silhouetted against the storm-torn sky. Lightning split the darkness in jagged forks, illuminating the decayed mansion for brief, terrible moments before plunging it back into shadow. The windows were dark, the walls crumbling, and the gardens overgrown with weeds that had long since choked the life from the once proud estate. No one had lived there for decades. No one had dared. But tonight, the house was not empty. Deep in the basement, where the earth was damp and cold and the air stank of decay, a fire burned in a crude stone pit. The flames cast flickering shadows across the walls, revealing a scene of dark purpose. A cauldron sat at the center of the room, its surface bubbling with a viscous liquid that glowed in eerie green. Beside it stood a figure wrapped in black robes, his face hidden beneath a hood, his hands clasped around a wand of yew and phoenix feather. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, trembled as he watched his master prepare for the ritual. The Dark Lord had been growing stronger over the past months, his power returning in fits and starts. The resurrection was close now, so close that Peter could taste the fear in the air. My lord, he whimpered, his voice high and reedy. The preparations are complete. The bone of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy. Everything is ready. The hooded figure turned, and Peter felt the weight of those red eyes upon him. Voldemort's snake-like face was still partially formed, his features still blurred and indistinct, but his power was undeniable. It radiated from him like heat from a furnace. Excellent, Wormtail! Voldemort hissed, his voice a whisper that seemed to echo in the confined space. You have served me well. When I am restored, you will be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. Peter bowed low, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Thank you, my lord. Thank you? Voldemort turned back to the cauldron, his fingers trailing through the steam that rose from its surface. But there is something else. Something that has been gnawing at me for weeks. A disturbance in the magic. Something I cannot quite identify. Peter looked up, his eyes wide with fear. A disturbance, my lord? Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. I have felt it in the air, like a whisper on the wind. Ancient magic, old and powerful. Magic that I have not sensed in centuries. It calls to something deep within me, something that I cannot name. He turned abruptly, his robes swirling around him. I need answers, Wormtail. I need to know what is happening. Send word to the Death Eaters. I want every scrap of information they can gather. I want to know what has awakened. Peter scurried to obey, his rodent-like face pale with terror. Yes, my lord. Immediately, my lord. He disapparated with a soft crack, leaving Voldemort alone with the bubbling cauldron and the dancing shadows. The Dark Lord stood motionless for a long moment, his red eyes fixed on the flames. Something is coming, he murmured to himself. Something that could change everything. I must know what it is. I must know what I am facing. He raised his wand, and a thread of green light shot upward, disappearing through the ceiling and into the night sky. The message was sent. The hunt had begun. The Death Eaters gathered in the shadows of the Malfoy Manor, their black robes blending into the darkness of the drawing room. Lucius Malfoy stood at the head of the group, his silver hair gleaming in the candlelight, his face a mask of aristocratic composure. But beneath that mask, he was afraid. The Dark Lord had not summoned them in months, not since his failed attempt to retrieve the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. The silence had been unnerving, a calm before a storm that Lucius knew was coming. And now, with the message that had arrived moments ago, that storm had finally broken. The Dark Lord has commanded us to gather information, Lucius announced, his voice steady despite his fear. There has been a disturbance in the ancient magic, something that he believes could threaten our plans. We are to find out what it is and report back immediately. The other Death Eaters murmured among themselves, their voices a low hum of speculation and fear. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, her dark eyes blazing with fanatical fervor. Perhaps it is the boy, she said, her voice sharp with hatred. Perhaps Potter has found some new trick to thwart the Dark Lord. Lucius frowned. The boy is still at Hogwarts, surrounded by Dumbledore's protection. What could he possibly have done to disturb ancient magic? Bellatrix laughed, a high, manic sound that sent shivers down the spines of the other Death Eaters. He defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. He has always been more than he appears. Perhaps he has finally discovered what he truly is. Lucius considered her words, his frown deepening. There have been rumors, whispers from the wizarding world. Something about the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. The boy did something strange, something that caught Dumbledore's attention. What kind of strange? Another Death Eater asked, his voice dripping with suspicion. Lucius shrugged. I do not know the details. But I have heard that the Delacour girl kissed him after the task, and something magical happened. Something that caused ancient symbols to appear on his skin. The room fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down on them. Bellatrix's eyes widened, a fanatical gleam appearing within them. The Veela, she breathed. It must be the Veela. The girl is half Veela, and the boy is connected to her now. Ancient magic, indeed. Lucius nodded slowly, his mind racing. The Dark Lord must know about this. If the boy has formed a bond with the Veela, it could change everything. The Veela have ancient magic that could rival even the Dark Lord's power. The information traveled fast through the ranks of the Death Eaters, each piece of intelligence adding to the puzzle that Voldemort had set before them. By the time the sun had risen over Little Hangleton, the Dark Lord had a clear picture of what had transpired at Hogwarts. Harry Potter had bonded with Fleur Delacour. The boy had awakened ancient Veela magic, magic that had been dormant for centuries. And that magic was growing stronger with each passing day. Voldemort sat in the darkness of the Riddle House, the information spread out before him on a crude wooden table. His snake-like face was unreadable, but his red eyes burned with a cold fire that boded ill for anyone who crossed him. The Veela, he hissed, the word dripping with contempt. I should have known. The blood traitors always find a way to align with the impure. The boy has allied himself with creatures, with beings that should have been eradicated long ago. Wormtail cowered in the corner, his eyes darting nervously. What are your orders, my lord? Voldemort turned to him, his expression calculating. I need more information, Wormtail. I need to know the extent of the boy's power. I need to know what he has become. He rose from his seat, his robes swirling around him like shadows given form. Send word to the Death Eaters. I want eyes on the boy at all times. I want to know his every move, his every weakness. And I want to know everything about the Veela bond, how it works, how it can be broken, how it can be used against him. Wormtail nodded frantically. Yes, my lord. I will send word immediately. Wait, Voldemort said, his voice sharp. There is something else. The prophecies. I have always known that the boy was prophesied to defeat me. But there are other prophecies, older prophecies, that I have never fully understood. I want them found. I want them studied. Wormtail hesitated. The prophecies, my lord? But they are hidden in the Department of Mysteries, protected by powerful magic. I do not care. Voldemort snarled, his red eyes flashing with rage. I want them found. I want them studied. And I want to know everything they say about the Veela and the Guardian. If the boy has become something more than I anticipated, I must know what I am dealing with. Wormtail bowed low, his face pale with terror. Yes, my lord. It will be done. The search for the ancient prophecies took weeks. Death Eaters infiltrated the Department of Mysteries, bribing and threatening their way past the security measures that were supposed to protect the most dangerous secrets of the wizarding world. They found fragments, pieces of a puzzle that had been scattered across the ages. And what they found terrified them. The prophecies spoke of a guardian, a protector who would rise in the time of greatest darkness. They spoke of a bond that would unite the Veela and the wizards, and a power that could destroy even the most powerful dark magic. And they spoke of a choice, a decision that the guardian would have to make that would determine the fate of all magical beings. Voldemort read the fragments with growing unease. The prophecies were clear. The guardian was destined to oppose him. The bond would give the boy access to ancient magic that Voldemort could not match. And if the guardian made the right choice, he would become unstoppable. This cannot be allowed. Voldemort hissed, his voice filled with cold fury. The boy must be stopped. The bond must be broken. I will not allow some ancient prophecy to dictate my fate. He turned to the Death Eaters who had gathered before him, their faces hidden behind their masks. We will change our plans. The resurrection ritual must be accelerated. I will return to my full power as soon as possible. And when I do, I will hunt the boy down and destroy him. Bellatrix stepped forward, her eyes shining with fanatical devotion. What of the Veela, my lord? Shall we destroy them as well? Voldemort smiled, a cold, cruel expression that sent chills down the spines of even his most loyal followers. The Veela have allied themselves with my enemy. They have chosen their side. They will pay the price for their foolishness. He raised his wand, and a bolt of green light shot toward the ceiling, exploding in a shower of sparks. Prepare for war, he announced, his voice echoing in the darkness. We will strike at the heart of the Veela, and we will destroy everything they hold dear. The boy will learn what happens to those who oppose me. The attack came without warning. A remote Veela settlement in the French Alps was the first to fall. Death Eaters descended on the village like a swarm of locusts, their spells cutting through the Veela defenses like a hot knife through butter. The Veela fought back with everything they had, but they were outnumbered, outmatched, and outmaneuvered. By the time the attack was over, the village was in ruins. Homes had been burned, lives had been lost, and the survivors were left to mourn their dead and wonder what they had done to deserve such cruelty. The message was clear: no one was safe. The news reached Hogwarts within hours. Harry was in the library with Fleur when the owl arrived, a frantic note from the Veela Council bearing news of the tragedy. He read it with growing horror, his hands trembling, the bond pulsing with shared anguish. This is my fault, he said, his voice barely a whisper. They attacked the Veela because of me. Because I'm the guardian. Fleur reached out and took his hand, her grip fierce and determined. No, Harry. This is not your fault. This is the Dark Lord's doing. He is trying to hurt you, to weaken you. You cannot let him win. Harry shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. I should have protected them. I should have been there. You could not have been, Fleur said firmly. You did not know the attack was coming. None of us did. All we can do now is mourn and prepare for what comes next. Harry pulled her into his arms, burying his face in her hair. I can't lose you, Fleur. I can't lose anyone else. I've already lost so much. Fleur held him tightly, her own tears soaking into his robes. You will not lose me, Harry. I am here. I will always be here. The attack on the Veela settlement was the first of many. Over the following weeks, Death Eaters struck at Veela communities across Europe, destroying homes, taking lives, and spreading terror. The Veela Council was thrown into chaos, their leaders scrambling to respond to the unprecedented assault. Seraphine used the attacks to fuel her campaign against Harry. You see? She hissed to the gathered elders. This is what happens when we trust the wizards. The Guardian has brought nothing but destruction to our people. We should have destroyed him when we had the chance. Celeste stood to oppose her, her voice sharp with anger. The attacks are the Dark Lord's doing, not the Guardian's. Harry Potter is as much a victim as we are. A victim? Seraphine laughed bitterly. He is the cause of all our suffering. As long as he exists, the Death Eaters will come for us. We must rid ourselves of him. The council erupted into argument, the elders shouting over each other in a cacophony of fear and anger. The head elder raised her hand, silencing them all. Enough, she said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. We are Veela. We do not turn on our own. The Guardian is our ally, not our enemy. We will stand with him, and we will fight together. Seraphine's eyes blazed with hatred, but she said nothing. The head elder's word was law, and to defy her was to defy the council itself. But Seraphine had not given up. She would find another way. She would find a way to destroy the Guardian, no matter the cost. Back at Hogwarts, Harry was training harder than ever. The attacks on the Veela had galvanized him, his determination to protect his people burning brighter than ever. He spent every spare moment practicing his guardian magic, pushing himself to his limits and beyond. Fleur was by his side every step of the way, her presence a constant source of strength and comfort. The bond between them had grown stronger still, their connection deepening in response to the shared trauma of the attacks. We need to find out where the Death Eaters are striking next, Harry said one evening, his voice filled with frustration. We can't keep reacting to their attacks. We need to be proactive. Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. The Veela Council has spies throughout Europe. They may be able to provide information about the Dark Lord's plans. Harry felt a surge of hope. Can you contact them? Can you ask for their help? Fleur smiled, a warm, reassuring smile. I will do everything I can, Harry. We will find a way to stop the Dark Lord. I promise. Harry reached out and took her hand, their fingers interlacing. I don't know what I would do without you, Fleur. You're the only thing that keeps me going. Fleur leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. You will never have to find out, Harry. I am here. I will always be here. The weeks passed, and the attacks continued. Harry and Fleur led rescue missions to Veela settlements across Europe, using their bond to coordinate their efforts and protect as many people as possible. They were tireless, driven, and unstoppable. But the toll was beginning to show. Harry was exhausted, his body pushed to its limits by the constant strain of combat and loss. Fleur was struggling as well, her Veela instincts screaming at her to protect him at all costs. The bond between them was a source of strength, but it was also a source of vulnerability. When one of them hurt, the other felt it too. We can't keep going like this, Harry admitted one night, his voice raw with exhaustion. We need a plan. A real plan. Fleur nodded, her silver eyes filled with concern. I have been thinking about that. There is a place, a hidden Veela sanctuary that even the Council does not know about. It is protected by ancient magic, magic that the Dark Lord cannot penetrate. If we can lead the refugees there, they will be safe. Harry felt a surge of hope. Where is it? How do we get there? Fleur hesitated. It is dangerous, Harry. The sanctuary is protected by trials that only a guardian and his bonded can pass. If we fail, we will die. Harry reached out and took her hand, his grip firm and determined. Then we won't fail. We'll find a way through. Together. Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant smile that lit up her entire face. Together. The search for the hidden sanctuary was a challenge unlike any Harry had faced before. The sanctuary was protected by ancient magic that tested their bond, their courage, and their love. They faced trials of fire and ice, of shadow and light, of fear and hope. But they emerged victorious. When they finally found the sanctuary, Harry understood why it had remained hidden for so long. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, nestled in a valley that had been protected from the outside world by magic as old as time itself. The Veela who had taken refuge there were safe, their homes intact, their lives preserved. "This is our victory," Harry said, his voice filled with emotion. "We saved them. We actually saved them." Fleur pulled him into a tight embrace, her tears soaking into his robes. "We did it, Harry. We did it together." They stood in the hidden valley, their arms wrapped around each other, the bond pulsing with joy and relief. The sun was setting over the mountains, casting golden light across the valley floor, and for the first time in weeks, Harry felt a sense of peace. They had saved the Veela. They had protected their people. And they had proven that love was stronger than hate, that hope was stronger than fear. But the war was not over. In the darkness of the Riddle House, Voldemort was preparing for his final resurrection. He had gathered the ingredients, prepared the ritual, and summoned his most loyal followers. The time had come to return to his full power. And when he did, he would destroy the Guardian once and for all. The night of the resurrection was dark and stormy, the sky lit by flashes of lightning that illuminated the crumbling walls of the Riddle House. Voldemort stood at the center of the ritual chamber, his red eyes fixed on the cauldron that bubbled and steamed before him. "Bring me the boy," he hissed, his voice filled with dark anticipation. "Bring me Harry Potter." The Death Eaters moved to obey, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. But before they could leave, a figure stepped forward from the shadows, a figure that made Voldemort's eyes narrow with suspicion. "Master," the figure said, his voice low and deferential. "I have information that you need to hear. Information about the boy and his bond." Voldemort's eyes flashed with interest. "Speak." The figure moved closer, his face hidden beneath his hood. "The bond between the boy and the Veela is stronger than we thought. It is not just a connection of magic, it is a connection of souls. If the bond is broken, the boy will lose his power. He will become vulnerable." Voldemort smiled, a cold, cruel expression. "And how do we break this bond?" The figure hesitated. "There is a way, my lord. An ancient ritual that can sever the bond between a guardian and his bonded. But it requires a sacrifice, a life for a life." Voldemort's smile widened. "A sacrifice. How perfect. We will use the girl, the Delacour girl, as the sacrifice. Her death will break the bond and destroy the boy's power once and for all." The Death Eaters murmured their approval, their voices a low hum of dark excitement. But the figure who had brought the information hung back, his face hidden in shadow. "You have served me well," Voldemort said, turning to the figure. "You will be rewarded when the boy is destroyed." The figure bowed low. "Thank you, my lord. I live only to serve you." In the hidden valley, Harry and Fleur were unaware of the danger that was gathering against them. They sat together by the fire, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing gently between them. "I love you, Harry," Fleur said softly. "I have never loved anyone the way I love you." Harry leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I love you too, Fleur. More than anything." They sat in comfortable silence, their hearts beating in unison, their bond a warm and constant presence. The war was far from over, but for this moment, they were at peace. They had each other. And that was enough. Chapter 7 The Hidden Veela Sanctuary. The morning sun crept over the jagged peaks of the French Alps, painting the snow-capped mountains in shades of rose and gold. High above the tree line, Where the air was thin and the wind carried the bite of eternal winter, a cascade of shimmering light danced across an otherwise unremarkable cliff face. To the untrained eye, it was nothing more than a trick of the light, a mirage born of altitude and exhaustion. But to those who knew how to look, it was the entrance to a world that had remained hidden for millennia. Harry Potter stood at the base of that cliff, his hand clasped tightly in Fleur's, the bond between them pulsing with anticipation. Behind them, a small group of Veela refugees huddled together, their eyes fixed on the rock face with a mixture of hope and fear. They had traveled for days, fleeing the Death Eater attacks that had ravaged their communities, and now they stood at the threshold of salvation. "Is this it?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is this the sanctuary?" Fleur nodded, her silver hair whipping in the wind. "Yes, Harry. This is the hidden sanctuary, the last refuge of the Veela people. It has been protected by ancient magic for longer than anyone can remember. Only a guardian and his bonded can open the way." Harry felt the weight of her words settle on his shoulders. "What do I need to do?" Fleur turned to face him, her eyes soft with love and concern. "You need to trust the bond, Harry. Let it guide you. The sanctuary recognizes the guardian magic. It will respond to you." Harry closed his eyes and reached for the bond, feeling the warmth of Fleur's presence in his chest. He let it fill him, let it guide him, let it become the center of his being. The golden spiral on his chest blazed to life, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. And then he felt it, a pull, a gentle tug that led him forward. He opened his eyes and walked toward the cliff face, his hand outstretched. The rock shimmered and rippled like water, and Harry's fingers passed through it as if it were made of mist. "It's working," he breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "I can feel it. The magic is welcoming me." Fleur stepped forward, her hand still clasped in his. "Together, Harry. We go together." They stepped through the shimmering barrier, and the world dissolved around them. The sanctuary was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. They emerged into a valley that seemed to exist outside of time itself. Towering mountains ringed the valley on all sides, their peaks lost in clouds that glowed with an inner light. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs, their waters shimmering with iridescent colors that shifted and changed with the light. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, blues so deep they seemed to hold the sky, reds so bright they burned like fire, golds that gleamed like captured sunlight. At the center of the valley stood a city of impossible beauty, its buildings carved from crystal and stone, its spires reaching toward the heavens like fingers grasping for the stars. Bridges of light connected the structures, and fountains of liquid silver danced in the plazas below. It was a place of magic and wonder, a place that had been hidden from the world for centuries. "It's beautiful," Harry breathed, his eyes wide with awe. "I've never seen anything like it." Fleur smiled, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "This is our home, Harry. The home of the Veela people. It has been waiting for the Guardian to return for 700 years. The Veela refugees behind them stepped through the barrier, their faces alight with joy and relief. They had found safety at last, a place where the darkness could not reach them. They fell to their knees, their hands pressed to the ground, their voices raised in songs of gratitude and praise. Harry watched them, his heart swelling with emotion. "They're safe now. We saved them." Fleur took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "We saved them together, Harry. That is what the bond is for." They walked through the crystal streets of the city, the Veela refugees following behind them like a procession. The inhabitants of the sanctuary emerged from their homes, their silver hair gleaming in the light, their eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of reverence and awe. "The Guardian," they whispered, their voices carrying on the wind. "The promised Guardian has come." Harry felt the weight of their gazes, the weight of their expectations. He was their protector now, their champion, their hope. He could not afford to fail them. A figure approached them through the crowd, an ancient Veela woman, her silver hair so long it brushed the ground, her eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. She carried a staff of crystal, and her robes were woven from threads of pure light. Welcome, promised guardian, she said, her voice a melodic whisper. I am Elara, the keeper of the sanctuary. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Harry bowed his head, a gesture of respect. Thank you, keeper. We came seeking refuge for the Veela who have been attacked by the Death Eaters. We hoped the sanctuary could protect them. Elara smiled, a warm, radiant expression. The sanctuary is open to all Veela who seek its protection. Your people will be safe here, guardian. I give you my word. Harry felt a surge of relief. Thank you. Thank you so much. Elara turned and gestured for them to follow. Come. There is much you need to see. The sanctuary holds secrets that have been preserved for millennia. Secrets that will help you in your fight against the darkness. Elara led them through the Crystal City, past buildings that hummed with ancient magic and gardens that bloomed with flowers Harry had never seen before. She showed them the great library, a vast hall filled with books that glowed with an inner light, their pages filled with knowledge that had been lost to the outside world. These are the records of the Veela people, Elara explained, her voice echoing in the vast space. Every piece of our history, every spell, every prophecy. They are yours to study, guardian. Yours to learn. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of the books, feeling the magic pulse beneath his touch. I don't even know where to begin. Elara smiled, a knowing expression. Begin with the bond, guardian. The bond is the foundation of everything. Once you understand it, the rest will follow. She led them deeper into the library, past shelves that stretched to the ceiling, past alcoves filled with ancient artifacts and glowing crystals. Finally, they reached a circular chamber at the heart of the library, its walls covered in murals that depicted scenes of battle and triumph. This is the Chamber of the Guardian, Elara said, her voice dropping to a reverent whisper. It is here that the first Guardian, Aldrich Potter, received his training. And it is here that you will receive yours. Harry stepped into the chamber, feeling the ancient magic wash over him like a wave. The murals seemed to come alive, the figures in them moving and shifting as if they were real. He could see Aldrich Potter standing in the center of the chamber, his golden spiral blazing on his chest, his wand raised in defiance. This is where it all began. Harry breathed, his voice filled with wonder. This is where my ancestor became the guardian. Elara nodded. Yes. And now it is your turn, Harry. You must complete the training that Aldrich began. You must become worthy of the magic that has been entrusted to you. The days that followed were a blur of training and discovery. Elara proved to be a patient and demanding teacher, pushing Harry to his limits and beyond. She taught him to harness the full power of the guardian magic, to channel the ancient energy that flowed through his veins. He learned to summon the golden soul fire, not just in small bursts, but in torrents of power that could light up the entire chamber. He learned to create protective shields that could withstand the most powerful dark magic. He learned to heal wounds that no other magic could touch, his hands glowing with golden light as he knit flesh and bone back together. But the most important lesson was the one about the bond. The bond is not just a connection, Elara explained, her voice grave. It is a promise. A promise to protect, to cherish, to stand together against all odds. The bond is what makes the Guardian truly powerful. Without it, you are just another wizard. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart swelling with love. I understand. The bond is everything. Elara nodded, a satisfied smile on her ancient face. Good. Then you are ready for the next lesson. The next lesson took Harry and Fleur to the heart of the sanctuary, to a place that Elara called the Crystal Gardens. It was a vast space filled with crystals of every color and size, their surfaces shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with the bond. These crystals are the heart of the sanctuary, Elara explained. They are connected to the ancient magic of the Veela, and they respond to the presence of the Guardian. Touch them, and you will understand. Harry stepped forward, his hand outstretched. The moment his fingers brushed against the nearest crystal, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. Visions flashed before his eyes, images of the Veela people throughout history, their triumphs and their tragedies, their joys and their sorrows. He saw the first guardian, Aldrich Potter, standing against the darkness. He saw the fall of the Guardian bloodline, the centuries of persecution and fear. And he saw the future, a future filled with hope and promise, a future that he could help create. These crystals hold the memories of our people, Elara said softly. They have been waiting for the Guardian to return, to hear their stories and carry them forward. Harry pulled his hand away, tears streaming down his cheeks. I felt everything. I felt their pain, their hope, their love. It was overwhelming. Fleur stepped forward, her hand brushing against the same crystal. She gasped, her eyes widening as the visions washed over her. When she pulled away, she was crying too. These are our people, Harry, she whispered. Our history. Our future. We are their only hope. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. We won't let them down. I promise. The training continued, each day bringing new challenges and new discoveries. Harry learned to communicate with the ancient crystals, to draw power from their depths and use it to strengthen his own magic. He learned to weave spells that had been forgotten for centuries, spells that could protect entire cities from the dark arts. But the most important discovery was the crown. Elara led them to a hidden vault, deep beneath the sanctuary, its entrance guarded by enchantments so powerful that only a guardian could pass. The vault was filled with treasures, gold and jewels, ancient artifacts, and relics of power that had been preserved for millennia. But at the center of the vault, on a pedestal of crystal, rested the crown of the first Veela guardian. It was a thing of impossible beauty, woven from threads of gold and silver that seemed to move and flow like liquid light. At its center rested a crystal that pulsed with the same golden glow as Harry's chest. This is the crown of Aldrich Potter, Elara said, her voice filled with reverence. It was crafted by the first Veela queen, infused with the power of the ancient magic. Only a guardian can wear it. Only a guardian can unlock its power. Harry stepped forward, his hand reaching for the crown. The moment his fingers touched its surface, he felt a surge of power that nearly knocked him off his feet. The golden spiral on his chest blazed to life, and the crown began to glow with an inner light. It's incredible, Harry breathed. I can feel the power flowing through me. It's like nothing I've ever experienced. Elara nodded, her expression grave. The crown is the source of the Guardian's true power. It can shield entire kingdoms from the dark arts. It can heal wounds that no other magic can touch. And it can unite the Veela people under a single banner of hope. Harry turned to Fleur, his eyes shining with determination. We need this. We need to use it to protect our people. Fleur nodded, her hand clasped in his. Then let us go, Harry. Let us show the world what the Guardian can do. The news of the sanctuary's discovery spread quickly through the Veela world. Refugees flooded into the hidden valley, their eyes filled with hope and gratitude. The sanctuary became a haven, a place of safety and healing, a beacon of light in the darkness that was consuming the magical world. Harry and Fleur worked tirelessly, using the power of the crown to protect the refugees and heal the wounded. They became symbols of hope, their bond a testament to the power of love and unity. But not everyone was happy. Seraphine and her faction watched the sanctuaries rise with growing unease. They saw Harry's growing power as a threat, his influence over the Veela people as a danger to their own control. He is becoming too powerful, Seraphine hissed to her followers. The crown has given him access to magic that even the council cannot match. If we do not act now, he will become unstoppable. The other Veela murmured their agreement, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion. Seraphine's poison was spreading, infecting their minds with doubts and mistrust. We must find a way to break the bond, Seraphine continued. Without it, the Guardian is nothing. We must find a way to separate him from the Delacour girl. But how? The bond was ancient magic, protected by enchantments that had been woven over centuries. To break it would require a sacrifice of unimaginable magnitude, a life for a life. Seraphine smiled, a cold, cruel expression that sent chills down the spines of her followers. I know how. I have been researching the ancient texts for months, and I have found a way. The bond can be broken by a ritual of sacrifice. All we need is the blood of the bonded and the willingness to do what must be done. In the sanctuary, Harry and Fleur were unaware of the danger that was gathering against them. They sat together in the crystal gardens, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing gently between them. I feel like we're making progress, Harry said, his voice soft. The refugees are safe, the sanctuary is growing, and the Veela are starting to believe in us. Fleur nodded, her silver eyes shining with love. We are making progress, Harry. But there is still so much to do. The Dark Lord will not stop. He will keep attacking, keep killing, until he is destroyed or we are. Harry squeezed her hand. Then we'll destroy him. Together. Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant expression that lit up her entire face. Together. They sat in comfortable silence, their hearts beating in unison, the bond a warm and constant presence. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers and challenges that they could not even imagine. But for this moment, they were at peace. They had each other. And that was enough. The next day, Harry received a message from the Veela Council. The elders had gathered for an emergency session, and they requested his presence. Harry and Fleur traveled to the council fortress, their hearts heavy with apprehension. The grand chamber was filled with tension when they arrived. The elders were gathered around the moonstone table, their faces drawn and worried. Seraphine stood at the head of the table, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Guardian, the head elder said, her voice strained. We have received disturbing news. The Dark Lord is planning a massive assault on the Veela people. He has gathered an army of dark creatures and Death Eaters, and he intends to destroy us once and for all. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. When? Where? The head elder shook her head. We do not know the details. But we know that the attack is coming soon. We need your help, Guardian. We need you to lead us in battle. Harry nodded, his determination burning bright. I will do everything I can to protect our people. You have my word. Seraphine stepped forward, her voice dripping with malice. Protect us? You are the reason we are in this danger. If it were not for you and your bond, the Dark Lord would have no interest in us. You have brought nothing but destruction to our people. Harry turned to face her, his eyes blazing with golden fire. I have brought hope. I have brought unity. I have brought the power of the Guardian to protect our people. If that makes me a threat to you, then so be it. But I will not stop fighting for the Veela people. Seraphine's eyes widened, a flash of fear crossing her face. She opened her mouth to respond, but the head elder cut her off. Enough, Seraphine. The Guardian is our ally, not our enemy. We will stand with him, and we will fight together. That is my final word. The council erupted into argument, the elders shouting over each other in a cacophony of fear and anger. Harry watched them, his heart heavy with sorrow. They were supposed to be united. They were supposed to stand together against the darkness. But instead, they were tearing themselves apart. We need to leave, Fleur whispered, her hand clasped in his. This is not the place for us. Harry nodded, and they slipped out of the chamber, leaving the elders to their arguments. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers and challenges that they could not even imagine. But they would face them together. Chapter 8 Harry unlocks ancient Veela magic. The sanctuary's crystal gardens had become Harry's sanctuary within the sanctuary, a place of peace amid the chaos that had consumed his life. He sat cross-legged on the cool stone floor, surrounded by crystals that pulsed with gentle light, their surfaces reflecting the golden glow that now permanently resided beneath his skin. The crown rested on a pedestal nearby, its ancient magic humming in harmony with his own heartbeat. 3 weeks had passed since Harry first set foot in the Hidden Valley. 3 weeks of training, of discovery, of pushing himself to limits he never knew existed. The refugees had settled into their new home, the Veela community was beginning to thrive, and the council had grudgingly accepted Harry's role as their protector. But there was still so much he didn't understand about the magic that flowed through his veins. The crystals are restless today, Fleur observed, her voice soft as she settled beside him. She reached out to touch a nearby crystal, and it flared with a warm golden light. They sense something in you, Harry. Something that is about to awaken. Harry opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. He could feel it too, a pressure building in his chest, a power that was struggling to break free. It had been growing for days, ever since the night he'd worn the crown for the first time. The ancient magic was responding to him, molding itself to his will, but it was also demanding more. I don't know how to control it, Harry admitted, frustration creeping into his voice. Every time I think I've mastered something, the magic shifts. It's like trying to hold water in my hands. Fleur reached out and took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. The magic is not something to be controlled, Harry. It is something to be understood. The crystals can help you. They hold the memories of every guardian who came before you. Let them guide you. Harry closed his eyes again, focusing on the warmth of Fleur's hand in his. He reached out with his mind, brushing against the crystals that surrounded him. They responded immediately, their light intensifying, and Harry felt himself being pulled into a vision. He was standing in a vast chamber, its walls covered in golden runes that shifted and danced like living things. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, a woman with silver hair that cascaded to her feet and eyes that burned with ancient power. She was beautiful, terrifying, and familiar. Harry Potter, the woman said, her voice echoing in the vast space. I am the Veela Queen, the first of my kind. I have been waiting to speak with you. Harry's breath caught in his throat. The Veela Queen? But I thought you were just a vision, a dream. The Queen smiled, and Harry felt warmth spread through him. I am more than a dream, Harry. I am the essence of the Veela magic, the source of the bond that connects you to Fleur. I have been with you since the moment you awakened the Guardian bloodline. Harry stepped forward, his heart racing. Why are you showing me this? What do you want me to learn? The Queen extended her hand, and a golden light flowed from her palm, enveloping Harry in its warmth. You have unlocked the surface of the Guardian magic, but there is so much more beneath. The ancient Veela magic is not just about power, it is about understanding. Understanding yourself, your bond, and your place in the world. She gestured, and the chamber dissolved around them. Harry found himself standing in a vast desert, the sun blazing overhead, the sand stretching to the horizon. The Queen stood beside him, her silver hair whipping in the hot wind. The first gift of the Guardian is the golden soulfire, the Queen said. You have already learned to summon it, but you have not yet understood its true nature. Soulfire is not just fire, it is life itself. It is the magic of creation, of healing, of protection. To master it, you must learn to channel your emotions into it. Harry raised his hand, summoning the golden flames. They danced across his palm, beautiful and warm, but he could feel that they were incomplete. They lacked something, a depth, a purpose. Your fear is holding you back, the Queen observed. You are afraid of the power, afraid of what you might become. But the soulfire responds to your emotions. To master it, you must embrace everything you feel, the fear, the anger, the love. Harry closed his eyes, letting his emotions wash over him. He thought of his parents, lost to him before he could know them. He thought of Sirius, torn away by a cruel twist of fate. He thought of Ron and Hermione, standing by him through every trial. And he thought of Fleur, her love a beacon in the darkness. The soulfire blazed to life, golden and brilliant, filling the desert with its light. Harry felt the power surge through him, pure and untainted, and for the first time, he understood what it meant to be the Guardian. Good, the Queen said, her voice filled with approval. You have taken the first step. Now let us continue. The vision shifted, and Harry found himself standing in a garden of impossible beauty. Flowers of every color bloomed around him, their petals shimmering with an inner light, and the air was filled with the scent of honey and jasmine. Fleur was there, standing beside him, her hand clasped in his. The second gift is emotional magic, the Queen said, appearing before them. The bond between a guardian and his bonded is the source of this power. Together, you can channel your emotions into magic that can heal, protect, and even destroy. Fleur looked at Harry, her eyes filled with love. What do we need to do? The Queen smiled. Touch each other. Let the bond guide you. Harry and Fleur turned to face each other, their hands clasped together. The bond pulsed between them, warm and vibrant, and Harry could feel Fleur's emotions as clearly as his own, her love, her fear, her fierce determination to protect him. Now, the Queen said, let your emotions flow through the bond. Let them become one. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the bond. He felt Fleur's love wash over him, mingling with his own, and together they formed a wave of golden light that radiated outward from their clasped hands. The flowers in the garden bloomed brighter, their colors more vibrant, and the air hummed with magic. Harry opened his eyes, looking at Fleur. I felt that. I felt everything. Fleur nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. I felt it too, Harry. It was beautiful. The Queen's voice echoed around them. You have learned to share your emotions through the bond. This is the foundation of emotional magic. In time, you will learn to use it to heal, to protect, and to fight. But for now, remember this: the bond is your greatest strength. Never forget that. The vision shifted again, and Harry found himself standing on a battlefield, the ground littered with the bodies of fallen warriors. The sky was black with smoke, and the air was filled with the screams of the dying. Fleur was beside him, her face streaked with tears, her wand raised in defiance. The third gift is the protective aura, the Queen said, appearing beside them. This is the Guardian's greatest defense, a shield that can protect an entire army from the darkest magic. To unlock it, you must learn to channel your protective instincts through the bond. Harry looked at the battlefield, his heart aching with sorrow. How do I do that? The Queen gestured, and a wave of dark energy swept toward them, crackling with malevolent power. Protect her. Protect your people. Let your love for them guide your magic. Harry turned to Fleur, his eyes blazing with determination. He reached for the bond, feeling her love and trust flow through him. He thought of the Veela refugees, of the people who looked to him for protection. He thought of his friends, of everyone he had ever loved and lost. The golden spiral on his chest blazed to life, and Harry felt the protective aura surge around him. It was a golden shield, translucent and beautiful, that enveloped him and Fleur in its warmth. The dark energy struck it and dissipated, unable to penetrate its defense. Yes, Fleur cried, her voice filled with joy. You did it, Harry. Harry lowered his hands, the shield fading around them. The battlefield dissolved, and he found himself back in the Crystal Gardens, Fleur still holding his hand, the vision fading like morning mist. I felt it. Harry breathed. I felt the power of the protective aura. It was like I was surrounded by everyone I love. Fleur pulled him into a tight embrace. You have learned so much, Harry. I am so proud of you. The next morning, Harry woke with a sense of purpose he had never felt before. The visions had shown him the true nature of the Guardian magic, and he was determined to master it completely. He spent the day in the Crystal Gardens, practicing his abilities, pushing himself to new heights. The golden soulfire came easily now, responding to his emotions with a warmth that filled him with confidence. The emotional magic flowed through the bond, a constant reminder of his connection to Fleur. And the protective aura was becoming second nature, a shield that he could summon with a thought. But there were other abilities too, abilities that he had not fully explored. The ancient healing flames were one of them, a magic that could knit flesh and bone back together, that could cure even the most terrible wounds. Harry practiced on the injured refugees, his hands glowing with golden light as he healed their injuries. It's remarkable, Elara said, watching him work. I have not seen such powerful healing magic in centuries. The Guardian bloodline is truly powerful. Harry looked up, a smile on his face. I'm just glad I can help. The refugees have been through so much. They deserve to feel safe. Elara nodded, her expression thoughtful. There is one more ability that you must master, Harry. The magical song resistance. It is a passive ability, but it is essential for any guardian. The Veela are known for their songs of power, and the guardian must be able to resist their influence. Harry frowned. Resist the Veela songs? But I love the Veela songs. They're beautiful. They are, Elara agreed. But beauty can be a weapon, Harry. There are Veela who would use their songs to manipulate you, to bend you to their will. You must be able to resist if necessary. Harry nodded, understanding the importance of the lesson. How do I learn to resist? Elara smiled. You will practice with Fleur. She has one of the most powerful songs among the Veela. If you can resist her, you can resist anyone. The practice sessions were challenging, but also deeply intimate. Fleur would sing for Harry, her voice a beautiful melody that seemed to wrap around his soul, and Harry would fight to resist its pull. He learned to focus on the bond, to let his love for her anchor him, to remind himself that her song was not a weapon but a gift. You are getting better, Fleur said one afternoon, her voice filled with pride. Your resistance is much stronger now. Harry smiled, pulling her into his arms. I have a good teacher. Fleur leaned into him, her head resting on his chest. You will be ready, Harry. When the time comes, you will be able to resist any Veela song. I am certain of it. But the tests were not limited to the sanctuary. A week later, a delegation from the Veela Council arrived at the Hidden Valley, demanding to see the Guardian. Harry met them in the Great Hall, Fleur by his side, the golden spiral on his chest pulsing with barely contained power. The delegation was led by a Veela named Marceline, a silver-haired woman with eyes that held a strange, unsettling gleam. She smiled at Harry, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, and Harry felt a prickle of unease run down his spine. Guardian, Marceline said, her voice honeyed and sweet. I have come on behalf of the council. There is a matter of great importance that we must discuss with you. Harry was wary, his instincts screaming at him to be cautious. What matter? Marceline's smile widened. The bond between you and Fleur. We have concerns, you see. Concerns that the bond may be too strong, too consuming. We believe it may be affecting your judgment. Harry's eyes narrowed. My judgment is fine. The bond is exactly what it should be. Marceline stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Are you sure, Guardian? Perhaps you need to see things from our perspective. Perhaps you need to understand what the bond truly means. She began to sing, a beautiful, haunting melody that seemed to seep into Harry's very bones. He felt his resistance weakening, his mind clouding, his thoughts becoming soft and fuzzy. But then he heard Fleur's voice in his mind, a sharp, urgent whisper. Asterisk. Harry! Resist her! She is trying to manipulate you! Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the bond. He felt Fleur's love, her strength, her unwavering determination to protect him. He let it fill him, let it anchor him, and when he opened his eyes again, the fog had cleared. Your song is beautiful, Marceline, Harry said, his voice steady. But it will not work on me. I am the Guardian, and I am immune to Veela manipulation. Marceline's eyes widened, a flash of fear crossing her face. But that is impossible. No one has been able to resist my song in centuries. Harry stepped forward, his golden spiral blazing. I am not no one. I am the promised Guardian. And I will not be manipulated by anyone. Marceline stumbled backward, her composure shattered. I was only trying to help. I don't believe you, Harry said coldly. But I am willing to give you the chance to lead peacefully. Go back to the council and tell them that the Guardian will not be controlled. If they wish to work with me, they will do so honestly. Marceline nodded frantically, gathering her delegation and fleeing the great hall. Harry watched them go, his heart pounding in his chest. Are you all right, Harry? Fleur asked, her hand on his arm. Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. I just discovered something important. What is that? Harry pulled her into his arms, kissing her forehead. I discovered that I am stronger than I thought. Stronger than anyone thought. And I have you to thank for it. Fleur's eyes filled with tears. I love you, Harry. I love you too, Fleur. More than anything. The weeks continued, and Harry's training intensified. He mastered the ancient healing flames, learning to heal wounds that would have been fatal to any other wizard. He learned to use the protective aura to shield entire groups of refugees from the Death Eater's attacks. And he perfected his magical song resistance, becoming immune to even the most powerful Veela melodies. But it was the bond that truly set him apart. Harry and Fleur had become inseparable, their connection growing stronger with each passing day. They could communicate without words, share emotions without effort, and fight together as one. The bond had become more than just a magical connection, it was a partnership. A union of souls. The bond is the Guardian's greatest weapon, Elara said one evening, watching Harry and Fleur spar in the Crystal Gardens. But it is also his greatest vulnerability. If something were to happen to Fleur, I won't let anything happen to her, Harry said fiercely. I will protect her with my life. Elara smiled, a sad, knowing expression. I know you will, Harry. That is why the bond chose you. As the days turned into weeks, Harry began to feel a strange pulling sensation in his chest. It was the bond, he realized, calling him to something that was waiting for him in the heart of the sanctuary. He followed the pull, Fleur at his side, until they reached a hidden chamber that Harry had never seen before. The chamber was small and round, its walls covered in golden runes that pulsed with ancient power. At the center of the chamber rested a crystal that seemed to contain the very essence of the Guardian magic. What is this place? Fleur whispered, her voice filled with awe. Harry stepped forward, his hand reaching for the crystal. The moment his fingers touched its surface, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. Visions flashed before his eyes, visions of the Veela people, of the Guardian bloodline, of the ancient prophecies that had foretold his rise. And then he understood. The crystal was the source of the Guardian magic, the wellspring from which all his power flowed. It had been waiting for him, dormant for 7 centuries, and now it was awakening. This is what I was meant to find, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. This is the key to everything. Fleur stepped beside him, her hand reaching out to touch the crystal as well. The moment their hands met on its surface, the bond flared with golden light, and Harry felt his power double. Together, he breathed. We are stronger together. Fleur smiled, her eyes shining with love. Always, Harry. Always. They stood in the hidden chamber, their hands clasped over the crystal, the bond pulsing between them. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers and challenges that they could not even imagine. But they would face them together. And they would win. Chapter 9 Hogwarts begins to notice. The golden spiral on Harry's chest pulsed with a warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat as he stepped through the gates of Hogwarts. The castle rose before him, ancient and majestic, its towers piercing the grey Scottish sky like fingers reaching for the heavens. But something was different now. The castle felt different. The magic that permeated its ancient stones seemed to recognize him, to acknowledge him in ways it never had before. Fleur walked beside him, her hand clasped in his, the bond between them humming with quiet contentment. They had returned to Hogwarts at Dumbledore's request, the headmaster believing it was time for Harry to resume his studies and maintain appearances. The Veela refugees were safe in the hidden sanctuary, the council was reluctantly cooperative, and the war, while still raging, had reached a temporary stalemate. But as Harry walked through the castle's familiar corridors, he noticed something strange. The students were staring at him. Not with the usual curiosity or admiration, but with something else, something that looked almost like fear. What's going on? Harry murmured to Fleur, his brow furrowed. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Fleur's expression was troubled. I do not know, Harry. But I can feel it too. Their emotions are unsettled. Afraid. They made their way to the great hall, where the morning meal was already in progress. The moment Harry entered, the hall fell silent. Hundreds of eyes turned to look at him, and Harry felt the weight of their gazes like a physical pressure. "Harry!" Ron's voice cut through the silence, and Harry saw his best friend waving frantically from the Gryffindor table. "Over here, mate!" Harry and Fleur made their way to the Gryffindor table, sliding into seats beside Ron and Hermione. The hall slowly returned to its normal buzz of conversation, but Harry could still feel eyes on him, watching his every move. "What's happening?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low. "Why is everyone acting so weird?" Hermione leaned forward, her expression serious. "It's been happening ever since you left, Harry. Strange things have been going on around the castle. Magical creatures behaving oddly. Students having unusual experiences." "Unusual experiences?" Harry repeated, his heart racing. "What kind of unusual experiences?" Ron answered, his voice hushed. "People have been seeing things, mate. Glowing lights around the castle at night. Strange sounds coming from the Forbidden Forest. And some of the students say they've seen creatures bowing to them. Creatures that shouldn't be bowing to anyone." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What kind of creatures?" Hermione pulled out a notebook, flipping to a marked page. "Phoenixes have been seen circling the castle at dusk. Unicorns have been coming to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and just standing there, as if they're waiting for something. And the Thestrals." "The Thestrals?" Harry interrupted, his voice sharp. "What about them?" Hermione's expression was troubled. "They've been coming to the castle grounds during the day, Harry. They usually only come out at night, but ever since you left, they've been appearing in broad daylight. And they've been following you." Harry felt his blood run cold. "Following me? What do you mean?" Ron shifted uncomfortably. "When you first got here, mate, I saw them. The Thestrals. They were standing at the edge of the forest, watching you. And when you walked into the castle, they followed. They're still out there, waiting." Harry turned to look out the window, and sure enough, he could see the skeletal forms of the Thestrals standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, their leathery wings folded against their bodies, their eyes fixed on the castle. They were watching him. Waiting for him. "I don't understand," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why are they following me?" Fleur reached out and took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "The creatures sense the guardian magic, Harry. They know what you are. They are paying their respects." Harry shook his head, his mind reeling. "But I didn't ask for this. I didn't want any of this." Fleur squeezed his hand. "I know, Harry. But the magic does not care what you want. It only cares about what you are." The news spread quickly through the castle. By midday, everyone knew that Harry Potter had returned, and that his presence was causing strange things to happen. The whispers followed him everywhere he went, a constant murmur of speculation and fear. "Did you see the phoenix? It circled the castle 3 times before disappearing. I heard the unicorns came to the edge of the forest and bowed to him." "Bowed? The Thestrals won't leave. They just stand there, watching the castle. It's creepy." Harry tried to ignore the whispers, to focus on his classes and his training. But it was impossible. Everywhere he went, he could feel the eyes on him, could feel the fear and curiosity radiating from the students. Even the professors were affected. Professor McGonagall watched him with a new intensity, her eyes tracking his every move. Professor Flitwick seemed nervous in his presence, his usual cheerfulness replaced by a strange wariness. And Professor Snape looked at Harry with something that might have been fear. For the first time in Harry's life, the potions master seemed genuinely unsettled. "There's something different about you, Potter," Snape hissed during their first potions class back, his black eyes narrowed. "Something unnatural." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "I don't know what you're talking about, Professor." Snape's lip curled. "Don't play games with me, boy. I can see it in your eyes. The golden glow. The power that radiates from you. You're not the same wizard who left this castle. Harry felt the bond pulse in response to Snape's words, and he had to fight to keep his composure. People change, Professor. That's what happens when you face the things I've faced. Snape's eyes widened, a flash of something, recognition? Fear, crossing his face. He opened his mouth to respond, but Harry turned away, his attention fixed on the potion before him. That evening, Harry and Fleur walked through the castle grounds, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing gently between them. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the grass, and the air was cool and crisp. I don't know if I can do this, Harry admitted, his voice heavy with exhaustion. The stares, the whispers, the fear. I thought coming back to Hogwarts would be a relief, but it's just another battle. Fleur stopped walking, turning to face him. You are not alone in this, Harry. I am here. Ron and Hermione are here. And the creatures of the castle are here too, even if they do not understand what they are doing. Harry looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. A phoenix was circling overhead, its feathers a brilliant gold in the fading light. It descended slowly, landing on a nearby tree branch, its eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his heart race. It's beautiful, Fleur breathed. I have never seen a phoenix so close. Harry stepped toward the tree, his hand outstretched. The phoenix tilted its head, studying him, and then it sang. The sound was unlike anything Harry had ever heard, pure, clear, and filled with a sorrow that seemed to echo through the ages. I understand, Harry whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks. You're mourning too. Mourning the ones we've lost. The phoenix flew down from the branch, landing on Harry's shoulder. Its weight was light, its feathers warm against his skin. Harry felt a surge of power flow through him, the bond pulsing in response to the creature's presence. Thank you, Harry said softly. Thank you for trusting me. The phoenix trilled once more, then took flight, disappearing into the darkening sky. Harry watched it go, his heart filled with a strange sense of peace. The creatures of the castle know what you are, Fleur said, her voice soft. They recognize the guardian in you. That is why they are acting strangely. They are paying their respects to the protector of their world. Harry turned to her, his eyes shining with unshed tears. I don't know if I can be what they need me to be. I'm just Harry. I'm just a boy who got lucky. Fleur stepped forward, her hand cupping his cheek. You are not just a boy, Harry. You are the promised guardian. You are the one who will bring hope to our people. And I believe in you. I have always believed in you. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. The bond pulsed between them, warm and reassuring, a reminder that he was not alone. Thank you, Fleur, he whispered. Thank you for everything. The next day, Harry decided to visit the Forbidden Forest. He needed to understand why the creatures were acting so strangely, why they were drawn to him like moths to a flame. Fleur insisted on coming with him, and together they walked to the edge of the forest, where the Thestrals stood waiting. The creatures were even more intimidating up close. Their skeletal forms were covered in leathery skin, their wings folded against their bodies, their eyes blank and milky. But as Harry approached, they didn't flee. Instead, they bowed their heads, a gesture of submission that made Harry's heart ache. I don't understand, Harry said, his voice trembling. Why are they bowing to me? I'm nobody. Fleur took his hand, her grip firm and reassuring. You are not nobody, Harry. You are the guardian. You are the protector of all magical creatures. They sense that in you, and they are showing their respect. Harry reached out, his hand hovering over the nearest Thestral's head. The creature didn't flinch, didn't shy away. Instead, it pressed its head against his palm, a gesture of trust that brought tears to Harry's eyes. I will protect you, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. I promise. I will protect all of you. The Thestrals lifted their heads, their milky eyes fixed on him. And then, one by one, they turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest, their skeletal forms swallowed by the shadows. They understand, Fleur said softly. They know what you are. And they trust you. Harry turned to her, his heart swelling with emotion. How do you know? Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant expression. Because I trust you too, Harry. And if I can trust you, so can they. The news of Harry's visit to the Forbidden Forest spread like wildfire through the castle. The students were divided. Some saw it as proof of his power, others as evidence of his growing strangeness. The professors were equally divided, with some expressing concern and others curiosity. But it was the creatures that truly captured their attention. Over the following days, reports flooded in of magical creatures acting strangely. A nest of bowtruckles was found near the Gryffindor common room, their twig-like bodies pressed against the portrait hole as if waiting for something. A herd of centaurs was spotted at the edge of the forest, their eyes fixed on the castle with an intensity that made the groundskeeper, Hagrid, deeply uneasy. The creatures are restless, Hagrid told Harry, his voice filled with concern. They've never acted like this before. It's like they're waiting for something. Or someone. Harry felt the weight of Hagrid's words settle on his shoulders. I think they're waiting for me. Hagrid's eyes widened. For you? But why? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I think it has something to do with the Guardian. Magic. The creatures can sense it, and they're responding to it. Hagrid was silent for a long moment, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. Well, whatever it is, you'd better figure it out quickly. The creatures are getting more agitated by the day. If something doesn't change, there could be trouble. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the canopy, the bond pulsing gently in his chest. Fleur was asleep in her own dormitory, but he could feel her presence through their connection, a warm and constant comfort. The creatures were restless. The students were afraid. And Harry was caught in the middle, trying to understand a power that he hadn't asked for and didn't fully control. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Harry climbed out of bed and opened it to find Hermione standing there, her eyes wide with excitement. Harry, you need to come with me, she said, her voice urgent. I've found something. Something important. Harry grabbed his cloak and followed her down the stairs, his heart racing. What is it? What did you find? Hermione led him to the library, where she had spread a collection of ancient texts across a large table. She gestured for him to sit, her face alight with discovery. I've been researching the Guardian prophecies, she said, her voice breathless. And I found something that explains why the creatures are acting so strangely. It's in the ancient texts, Harry. The prophecy of the unification. Harry leaned forward, his eyes scanning the pages. What does it say? Hermione pointed to a passage written in golden ink. It says that when the promised Guardian awakens, the creatures of the magical world will sense his presence. They will gather around him, drawn to his power, seeking his protection. And when they do... When they do what? Harry prompted, his voice sharp. Hermione looked up, her eyes shining with awe. When they do, the Guardian will be given a choice. He can either unite them under his banner, or he can reject them and lose their support forever. The choice is his to make. Harry felt the weight of her words settle on his shoulders. A choice. Of course. Everything about this is a choice. Hermione reached out and took his hand, her grip firm. You can do this, Harry. I know you can. You've faced so much already, and you've never given up. This is just one more challenge. Harry managed a weak smile. Thanks, Hermione. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably get yourself killed, Hermione said, a hint of her usual humor creeping into her voice. That's why we're here. To make sure that doesn't happen. The next morning, Harry made a decision. He would not run from his power. He would not hide from the creatures that sought him out. He would embrace his role as the Guardian and do everything in his power to protect the magical world. He walked to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Fleur at his side, and waited. The creatures came slowly at first, a phoenix, a herd of centaurs, a group of thestrals. They gathered at the edge of the forest, their eyes fixed on him, their bodies tense with anticipation. Creatures of the magical world, Harry said, his voice carrying across the space between them. I know you can sense the guardian magic within me. I know you have come seeking protection. And I want you to know that I will give it to you. The creatures stirred, a ripple of movement passing through them. The phoenix sang, a beautiful, mournful melody that seemed to echo through the ages. I am the promised guardian, Harry continued, his voice steady. And I will protect you. All of you. No matter what it takes. The creatures bowed their heads, a gesture of respect and submission. Harry felt the bond pulse in response, and for the first time, he understood what it truly meant to be the guardian. He was not just a protector. He was a unifier. A bridge between the magical worlds. A symbol of hope for all. When Harry returned to the castle, the whispers had changed. The students were no longer afraid. They were curious, awestruck, filled with a sense of wonder that Harry had never seen before. Did you hear? They whispered as he passed. The creatures bowed to him. Bowed! He's the guardian. The protector of all magical creatures. I heard he's going to unite the magical world. Bring peace to everyone. Harry felt the weight of their words, the weight of their expectations. He had made a promise to the creatures, and he would keep it. He would protect them, unite them, and lead them into a new era of peace. But first, he had to survive the war. And the war was far from over. That evening, Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the forbidden forest. The creatures were still there, standing at the edge of the trees, their eyes fixed on the castle. Harry, Fleur said softly, appearing beside him. Are you all right? Harry turned to her, his heart swelling with love. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. For the first time in my life, I feel like I know what I'm supposed to do. Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant expression. And what is that? Harry took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. Protect the people I love. Unite the magical world. And stand against the darkness, no matter what it takes. Fleur leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. Then we will do it together, Harry. Together. Harry pressed a kiss to her forehead, the bond pulsing between them. Together. They stood in silence, watching the creatures of the forbidden forest stand guard over their new protector. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers and challenges that they could not even imagine. But they would face them together. And they would win. Chapter 10. The second task changes everything. The morning of the second task dawned gray and cold, the surface of the Black Lake shrouded in a mist that seemed to swallow the light. Harry stood at the water's edge, his heart pounding in his chest, the golden spiral on his chest pulsing with an intensity that matched his racing thoughts. The bond with Fleur hummed in the background of his consciousness, a warm and constant presence that steadied his nerves. The champions had gathered on the wooden platform that had been erected at the lake's shore. Victor Crumb stood stoically, his eyes fixed on the water, his jaw set with determination. Cedric Diggory looked pale but resolute, his wand clutched tightly in his hand. And Fleur was radiant, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes shining with a confidence that made Harry's heart ache. But Harry wasn't thinking about the task. He was thinking about the bond, about the vision he had experienced the night before. The Veela Queen had appeared to him again, her voice urgent and filled with warning. Guardian, she had said, her silver eyes blazing with ancient power. The second task will test you in ways you cannot imagine. But it will also reveal your true nature to the world. Trust the bond. Trust your instincts. And above all, protect those who cannot protect themselves. Harry had woken from the vision with a sense of foreboding that he couldn't shake. Something was coming. Something that would change everything. Champions, assemble! Professor Dumbledore's voice cut through the mist, and Harry moved to join the other champions on the platform. Bagman was there, his face flushed with excitement, his voice booming across the lake. Welcome, champions, to the second task, Bagman announced, his grin wide and infectious. As you know, something precious to each of you has been taken and hidden beneath the Black Lake. You have 1 hour to retrieve what is yours. The champion who completes the task first will be awarded the highest marks. Harry's eyes scanned the crowd, searching for the familiar faces of his friends. Ron and Hermione were there, their faces filled with concern. And Fleur was standing at the water's edge, her hand pressed to her chest, her eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his heart race. On my count! Bagman shouted. 3, 2, 1. Go! The champions dove into the water, their bodies disappearing beneath the surface with barely a splash. Harry cast the bubblehead charm, his wand steady, and plunged into the depths. The water was cold and dark, the sunlight fading quickly as he descended. He could see the other champions around him, their forms blurry in the murky water, their movements swift and purposeful. But Harry wasn't focused on them. He was focused on the bond, on the pull he felt in his chest that was leading him deeper into the lake. The merpeople's village appeared in the distance, its buildings carved from rock and coral, its inhabitants watching the champions with curious eyes. Harry swam toward it, his heart pounding, his senses on high alert. And then he saw them. The 4 hostages were bound to a stone pillar at the center of the village, their faces pale and frightened, their bodies held in place by magical chains. Ron was there, his red hair billowing in the water, his eyes wide with panic. Hermione was beside him, her bushy hair floating around her like a halo. And Fleur's sister, Gabrielle, was there too, her silver hair shimmering in the dim light, her small body trembling with fear. But there was a 5th hostage. A hostage that Harry hadn't expected to see. The Dark Lord's symbol was carved into the stone beside the pillar, a dark mark that pulsed with malevolent power. The hostage was bound with chains that glowed with black magic, her eyes filled with a terror that made Harry's blood run cold. It was Fleur. Harry's heart stopped. Fleur was supposed to be on the shore, watching the task. She was supposed to be safe. But here she was, trapped beneath the lake, her body held captive by the darkest magic. Harry! Fleur's voice echoed in his mind, desperate and afraid. It is a trap! The Dark Lord's followers, they took me while you were underwater. They want to destroy the bond. Harry's mind raced. He had to save them. All of them. He couldn't leave Ron and Hermione and Gabrielle to their fate. But he couldn't abandon Fleur either. The bond was pulling him toward her, screaming at him to protect her, to save her from the darkness that threatened to consume her. Harry, go! Ron's voice echoed in his mind, a desperate plea. Save Fleur! We'll be fine! But Harry couldn't. He couldn't leave anyone behind. Not Ron, not Hermione, not Gabrielle, not Fleur. They were all his to protect, his to save. The golden spiral on his chest blazed to life, and Harry felt the guardian magic surge through him. The soul fire erupted from his hands, golden and brilliant, cutting through the dark chains that bound the hostages. One by one they were freed, their bodies floating free in the water. But Fleur was still trapped. The dark magic around her was stronger, more malevolent, pulsing with a hatred that was almost tangible. Harry reached for her, his hand outstretched, the soul fire blazing on his fingertips. Fleur! He shouted, his voice echoing through the water. Take my hand! Fleur reached for him, her fingers brushing against his. The moment they touched, the bond flared with golden light, and Harry felt her power flow into him. Together they channeled the soul fire into the dark chains, shattering them with a burst of golden flame. Fleur was free. Harry pulled her into his arms, his body shaking with relief. He could feel her heart beating against his chest, could feel her breath warm against his neck. She was safe. She was alive. She was his. Harry, she whispered, her voice trembling. You saved me. Always, Harry said, his voice fierce with emotion. I will always save you. The journey back to the surface was long and treacherous. Harry had to carry Gabrielle, who had been weakened by the dark magic, and Fleur had to support Ron and Hermione, who were still disoriented from their captivity. The bond pulsed between them, a constant source of strength, guiding them through the murky water. When they finally broke the surface, the crowd erupted into cheers. Dumbledore was there, his face alight with pride, his eyes twinkling with approval. Bagman was shouting something, but Harry couldn't hear him over the roar of the crowd. He pulled himself onto the platform, his arms still wrapped around Fleur. The golden spiral on his chest was blazing, visible through his wet robes, and he could see the gasps of shock and awe on the faces of the spectators. "By Merlin!" Bagman breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "What in the name of—" "The bonds!" Professor McGonagall shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. "Look at the bonds!" Harry looked down at his hands, and his breath caught in his throat. The golden spiral on his chest had expanded, covering his entire torso, and Fleur was glowing with the same golden light. Around them, the water of the Black Lake was shimmering with ancient symbols, their golden light illuminating the surface like a beacon. "The Veela bonds!" someone shouted. "They're real! The ancient bonds are real!" Harry looked at Fleur, his heart swelling with love. "I love you," he said, the words simple and profound. "I love you more than anything." Fleur's eyes filled with tears. "I love you too, Harry. I have always loved you." They kissed, and the bond flared with golden light, illuminating the entire lake. The symbols on the water blazed brighter, and Harry felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. The ancient bond was complete. The world had witnessed its power, and nothing would ever be the same. The aftermath of the second task was chaos. The judges huddled together, their voices low and urgent, their eyes fixed on Harry and Fleur with a mixture of awe and suspicion. Dumbledore had summoned the Veela Council, and they had arrived within hours, their faces pale with shock. "The bond is complete," Celeste said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It has been witnessed by hundreds. There is no denying it now." The head elder nodded slowly, her ancient face unreadable. "The prophecies have been fulfilled. The promised guardian has risen. And the world has seen his power." Seraphine stood in the corner of the room, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "This is a disaster," she hissed. "The wizarding world will never accept a guardian who is bonded to a Veela. They will see it as a threat." The head elder turned to her, her voice sharp. "They will see it as a hope, Seraphine. A hope that we can unite against the darkness. Or do you not believe in the prophecies?" Seraphine opened her mouth to respond, but the head elder raised her hand, silencing her. "Enough. The guardian has proven himself. The bond is real. We will support him in his mission, no matter the cost." The news of the second task spread quickly through the magical world. The ancient bonds between the Veela and the Guardian were real. Harry Potter had proven his power. And the world was divided. Some saw it as a miracle, a sign that the darkness could be defeated. Others saw it as a threat, a sign that the Veela were gaining too much power. The wizarding governments scrambled to respond, their officials divided and uncertain. But for Harry, none of that mattered. He had saved the people he loved. He had proven his power. And he had fulfilled a prophecy that had been written centuries before his birth. "You were amazing, Harry," Fleur said that night, her voice soft with love. "I have never seen anyone so brave." Harry pulled her into his arms, his heart swelling with emotion. "I couldn't have done it without you. The bond gave me the strength to save everyone." Fleur smiled, a brilliant, radiant expression. "That is what the bond is for, Harry. It makes us stronger together." Harry pressed a kiss to her forehead, his eyes filled with love. "I love you, Fleur. I will always love you. And I will always love you," Fleur whispered. "Together, we can face anything." The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Harry and Fleur trained relentlessly, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. The Veela Council offered their full support, and even Seraphine was forced to acknowledge Harry's power. But the war was far from over. In the darkness of the Riddle House, Voldemort watched the events of the second task unfold with growing fury. The boy had proven himself, had gained power that Voldemort could not match. And the bond was stronger than ever. "This cannot be allowed," Voldemort hissed, his red eyes blazing with hatred. The boy must be destroyed. The bond must be broken. He turned to his followers, his voice filled with cold fury. We will accelerate our plans. The resurrection ritual will take place within the week. And when I return to my full power, I will destroy the Guardian once and for all. The Death Eaters bowed their heads, their faces hidden behind their masks. They knew better than to argue with the Dark Lord. The war was coming. And Harry Potter was at its center. The night before the third task, Harry stood at the window of his dormitory, staring out at the darkened grounds. The bond pulsed in his chest, a constant reminder of Fleur's presence. He could feel her love, her strength, her unwavering determination to stand by his side. Harry! Ron's voice came from behind him. Are you all right? Harry turned to face his best friend, a smile spreading across his face. I'm fine, Ron. Better than fine, actually. For the first time in my life, I feel like I know what I'm supposed to do. Ron moved to stand beside him, his expression thoughtful. And what is that? Harry looked out at the darkened grounds, his eyes filled with determination. Protect the people I love. Unite the magical world. And defeat the darkness once and for all. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, his grin wide and infectious. Then I'm with you, mate. All the way. Harry felt a surge of warmth for his best friend. Thanks, Ron. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably get yourself killed, Ron said, echoing Hermione's earlier words. That's why we're here. To make sure that doesn't happen. Harry laughed, the sound filled with joy and relief. He was not alone. He had Ron and Hermione. He had Fleur. He had the bond. And together, they would face whatever came next. The promised guardian had awakened. And the world would never be the same. Thank you?